Yeah, it's the course is related to Git and GitHub. So myself, Hari.Ch, I'm a DevOps consultant and solution architect with 12 plus years of industry experience. I'm a real-time employee, and my passion is something like a train the people. And I have done few more certifications. So few of them are I'm a ITL certified engineer. I'm a Red Hat certified system administrator, and I'm a Red Hat certified Linux engineer, and I'm a AWS certified solution architect associative, and I'm a certified Kubernetes administrator, guys. Okay. Yeah. So what is the agenda? Introduction to Git and GitHub. So agenda is introduction to Git and GitHub, usage of GitHub user interface and the command line usage of Git, how we can execute the commands in the Git through the command line towards to advanced usage. We'll show you guys. So what are the prerequisites? The prerequisites is none. So, but pay attention, guys. Who are something like a developer, backend users, or something like a QA team or operational team or a DevOps team. So nowadays in the industry, everyone is using Git, Git and GitHub to store their data, right? So no prerequisites, guys. Everyone can learn this one, but pay attention. So while learning this course, so goals and objectives. Attend the at the end of this class, you should know how to get started with the GitHub. Be able to work with the Git repositories. So find the information and support to learn more, guys. So what are the modules we will cover? We will cover module 1, introduction to version control system. So what is version control system? Types of version control systems. It is a centralized version control system, distributed version control system, benefits of version control system, introduction to Git, history of a Git and GitHub, GitLab and Bitbucket. Okay. So module 2 will discuss about the Git installation and configuration. So how we can install the Git on Windows, Linux, Mac, basic Git configuration and Git GUI tools versus command line tools. So we'll discuss in the Git GUI tools like a VS Code and that Eclipse, guys. For the developers purpose, the developers mostly using the VS Code, right? And the VS Code and Eclipse. So we'll show you the how we can integrate with that GUI tools in the Git, guys. Okay. So third module, Git basics, creating a Git repository, how you can create the Git repository, clone a Git repository, Git directory structure, checking status and adding files, committing changes, viewing history, how we can view the history. And in module 4, we'll discuss about working with branches. What is a branch? So why we need a branch, right? We'll show you. Understanding the branches, creating a branch, switching branches, merging branches, conflict resolution, deleting branches, and cherry picking. Module 5 will discuss about the Git workflow and the collaboration. So remote repositories, Git remote -v, pushing changes, pulling changes, fetching changes, forking and pull request. Okay, upstream repositories. Module 6 will discussing about the undoing and the resetting. Git checkout versus Git restore. How you can check out and how you can restore, guys. And git reset, soft mixed hard reset, and git revert, save undo and stashing the changes. Okay, git clean. So module 7 will discuss about the tags and releases, what is how to create the tag, annotated tags, white lightweight tags, so listing and delisting, deleting the tags, pushing the tags. Module 6, Git advanced topic, something like a Git rebase, cherry pick, Git hooks, Git ignore, and Git attributes will discuss. And Git GitHub, creating repositories on GitHub, SSH configuration, collaborator access, issues, projects, and actions. So, on the real-time scenarios, so best practices will show you Git workflow strategies, Git flow, GitHub flow, team collaboration practices, Git in DevOps pipeline, Git alias, productivity tips, security in Git. So, we'll discuss these 10 modules, guys. We'll discuss about these 10 modules in the this Git and GitHub course, guys. Guys, understood?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, right. And what we will provide? So what we will provide in this course? Yeah. So this is, guys, something like a Git and GitHub, and we'll show you a little bit about GitLab and Bitbucket also, guys. So the action should be same. All if you learn anyone GitHub or something like a GitLab, GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket. The operation should be same. So, but the UI should be different only. Okay. So, what are the prerequisites, guys? I already told you, right? What are the prerequisites?
Nothing. Pay attention.
Yeah. Yes. Prerequisites is none. And the duration is 5 days, guys. I'm having 12 plus years of experience, guys. So, what we will provide in this class? Soft material, soft copy, material soft copy, and class notes, and recorded videos. Will share via Google Drive, guys. So, I understood, right? So, what exactly GitHub? Does anyone knows what is a GitHub? So now you understood. So this is the GitHub. So we are creating a repository and we are working on this GitHub repository. So what is a Git? So I'm just showing what is Git and GitHub. Okay, I will tell you the brief introduction about what is a Git and GitHub. Okay, yeah. So this is the ls cd ds git file init log. Yeah, he's right. So this is nothing but a Git GUI. What this is? So this is a Git GUI, something like a head main. So something like a, what is this main? Git log, commit, author, date. What this is? So this is nothing but a Git CLI, and so what this is? This is a Git GitHub. What this is? This is a GitHub.com. So this is the GitHub. So we are creating the repositories and pushing your changes from local to. So I will tell you guys these two. Okay. So for example, developers, guys. So developers are working from. So for example, these four developers are working from. So first, what is a version control system, right? So what is version control system? I will tell you. You will get the clarity about what is version control system, what is Git, so what is Git Bitbucket, something like, right, guys? So these are the people. What? 1 second, guys. So for example, these are the developers, guys. So what these are? Understood, right? So these are the developers. What these are? These all are the developers. This guy is working from Hyderabad. This guy is working from UK. Okay. This guy is working from USA. This guy is working from Pune, for example. Okay. These four are the developers. So they want to they want to develop the code, right? So what they will do, something like the first point is, so this guy is developer the code, this guy is developer the code, and this guy is developer the code, this guy is developer the code. So how to integrate all the developers code at one place? This is what this is. How to integrate all the developers code at one place. All the developers code at one place. And the second question is how to track code changes, how to track the code changes in the project, in the project. So something like a who modified so something like a when modified what modified and why modified. These guys. So the first problem is how to integrate the all the developer code at one place. For example, this guy is wrote some code. This guy also wrote some code, and this guy also wrote some code. This guy also wrote some code. So how to integrate all these developers code at one place? So this is the one dollar mark question. How we can integrate, guys? So what you can do, something like we need a one storage space to push that code, all the developers code push at one place. What that is? So that is a what that is, guys? That is nothing but a GitHub. So that is nothing but a GitHub. That GitHub is nothing but a centralized repository. So where we can store all the code in the GitHub repository. In the GitHub repository. Guys, understood? So how we can push the code from here to here? So by using Git client. What is that, guys? So by using a Git GUI client, Git CLI, Git client. So this is also Git client. So this is also Git client. Sorry, Git client. So this is also a Git client. So what this is, guys? What is a GitHub repository? So this is the GitHub repository. In this GitHub repository, they are pushing their code from their laptop to central repository, to the remote repository. What this is? This is a remote repository. Remote repository. So what is the repository name? For example, in the GitHub repository, you are working for the Citibank. For example, Citibank is the repository. What is that? Citibank is the repository. In the Citibank repository, so whatever the developers developing that code, right? They can push it to the they can push it from the local to remote. So local to remote. So what is the local client, guys? What is the local Git client? How they can push from local Git to remote Git? So this is the local Git. So from here to whatever the developer develop that code, right? So from here to they will push that code from the remote repository. Where they can push it? They can push it to the remote repository. The remote repository should be either GitHub, GitLab, or a Bitbucket. So what is that, guys? So all are a Git repository tool. So what this is the GitLab and Bitbucket. What is that, guys? Bitbucket. Understood? So we can push the code from your local to either Bitbucket or a GitLab or a GitHub. Yes, understood? Guys, now you understood? Yeah. So what is a version control system? So now you understood a layman language. So what is a Git? How we can push their code from a local repository to a remote repository. So right. So why we need this? How to track code changes in the project tree? Who can? So why we need a Git, guys? Git will Git will track the changes. Tracking means who modified the code, when modified the code, what modified, why modified, because of the tracking purpose. Git provides a tracking mechanism. So why we are using Git? Git is a tracking mechanism. Okay. So now you understood, guys. So what is a version control system or a source code management tool? So what is that? Git is a version control system or a source code management tool. So what is version control system or a source code management tool? So what is source code management tool or a version control system? Version control system. What is that, guys? Multiple developers will work for a project, right? So multiple developer will work project project development. This is the multiple developer. So this multiple developer will work for the project. So which project? Citibank project. Okay. Developers developers will be working from multiple locations. So where they are working from? In our cases, they are working from UK, USA, Pune, and Hyderabad. Okay. So the all developers will work from multiple locations. And all developers code should be stored at one place. All developers code should be stored at one place. All developers code should be stored at one place. So all developers code should be placed at store at one place. So now you understood all developers code should be stored at one place. Here we are storing all the developers codes, all the developers code. Yes, understood. And to integrate, what is that? To integrate all the developers source code at one place. Okay. So we will use source code. We will use source code repository softwares. Use source code repository softwares like GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, Bitbucket, and from AWS Cloud, AWS repo, Azure repo, and etc. So now you understood, guys? To integrate all the developers code at one place, so we will use the source code repository software like GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, AWS repo, all these. Yes, now you understood? Or we can store the data either GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket. So Bitbucket. Guys, now you understood? So what is version control system and source code management tool? So version control should be two types. So one is a centralized version control system and distributed version control system. So what is centralized version control system? What is a distributed version control system? I will tell you. Yeah. So there are two types of version control systems. One is a centralized version control system. The other one is distributed version control system. Understood, guys? So centralized version control system and distributed version control system. In the centralized version control system, there is only one server. There is only one server, one remote server. So and the working copy. So in your local, you should commit the code from your local to server, local to server, local to server. Right? So if something goes wrong on the server, the code will be lost. The code will be losing. So that's the reason a distributed version control system came. So in this distributed version control system, so we have a local repository and remote repository. What is that? You have a local repository and remote repository. Same like as here you see. So main, this is a Durgasoft Git 5 main. This is the local repository, and yeah, this is DS Git 5. So this is the remote repository. So you have a local repository, you have a remote repository, as well as local repository. Your code should be in two places. If something goes wrong on the local repository, so we have a code in the remote repository. If something goes wrong on the local repository, so we have a code on the remote repository. So this is the this is the advantage of the distributed version control system. Yes, we understood? This is the advantage of the distributed version control system. You understood? Yeah, I will show you. Yeah, you see. So this is a local repository and this is the remote repository. So remote repository should be the GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, Azure Repo, AWS Repo. These are the remote repositories. This is the local repository. Your code should be in the local repository as well as remote repository. Yes, understood? So now you understood the what is source code management tool or version control system. There are two types of version control system. There are two types of control system. There are two types of version control system. One is centralized version control system. Other one is a distributed version control system. So understood, guys. So what is a Git? So now you understood the version control system, how we can track, why version control system for tracking and everything, right? Now, what is a Git? So what is a Git, guys? Git is a version control software. What is that? Git is the version control software. Now you understood what is a version control system. Git is a version control software. It will be versioning that, right? And it's a distributed control version control system. It is a distributed version control system. What is that? Not centralized. Now you understood, right? What is that? Git is a distributed version control system. What is that? So the version control systems are two types. One is CVCS, centralized version control system, and second one is DVCS, distributed version control system. So what is the example of CVCS, SVN? Subversion is the centralized version control system, and distributed version control system is Git. Why Git is popular? Because of there is a local repository and remote repository. So right, this is the advantage. That is the Git is popular. Now you understood? Git is a version control system and it's a distributed version control system. It's a distributed version control system. So why we use the Git, guys? It is it is used to and manage track and manage changes to manage changes to files locally. It will mean manage the, so it is used to track and manage changes to files locally. What is that? So here we can install the Git and it is used to track. So guys, how you can track Git log? So what is the commit ID? So when we commit the code, right? So what is the commit ID? Who is the author? Hari sir is committed. when it will committed, what is the commit message, right? Track the changes and manage the changes files locally. The changes files locally manages is nothing but a Git. So Git is a version control system or a software. It is a distributed control system. It is used to track and manage changes to a files locally. And why it is popular? Because of it is a open source. Why? Git is a open. Git is a open source. Guys, now you understood? So now you understood the what is version control system. Now you understood the what is Git. So Git is used locally. So locally the developer develop that code, right? So once we develop that code, right, we need to push it to the local repository. How we can push the local repository? We can push the local repository through through Git. Understood, guys? So if we use the Git, we can push the code. We can say we can add or we can commit the code locally to the local repository from your laptop to working directly to local repository. So for this purpose, the entire workflow. So working directory, staging area, local repository, Git add, Git commit, Git checkout, Git match. All these actions will be done through the Git local Git. All these done through the Git. Guys, understood? So this is nothing but all these activities done by the local Git and the remote repository. We can use the from local repository, remote repository. So we can use the Git push and Git pull commands. Guys, now you understood? So what is a Git? Now you understood the Git. Next, what is a GitHub? What is a GitHub? So what is a Git? Git is a version control system for tracking the changes into computer files. It is generally used for source code management in software development. In software development. So developers, so whatever the developers develop that code, right? That push it to the Git. That push it to the Git. Understood? What is GitHub? What is GitHub? So in generally, I already showed what is a GitHub. GitHub. So what is GitHub? Is understood? Guys, now you understood what is Git? So what is GitHub? GitHub I already showed, right? So what is a GitHub? GitHub is the remote repository to store the developer's code, to store the code and who modified, when modified, what modified, why modified. So we'll track all these changes in the Git remote repository. GitHub is a platform. What is that, guys? GitHub is a GitHub is a platform which is used to store project related files or source code at one place. Right, GitHub is a platform which is used to store project-related files or source code at one place. Right, in GitHub, what is that? In GitHub, so we can create source code repository to store project code. We can create a source code repository to store project code. Here, I created a repository for to store the So I created a repository, AWS DevOps material. So this is the repository. This is the repository. This repository is to store the AWS material. AWS material, AWS DevOps material. Same like as a Citibank. This is the Citibank or something like this is the code, right? For example, this is the DS Git file. So this is for to storing the developed code. Okay. We can create the source code repository. We can create a source code repository to store the project code. So what is that? All developers can connect to the project repository to store the source code. So here, all the developers can connect to the GitHub repository and to store the code. All developers can connect to the project repository to store project code. Okay. So the code integration will be very easy, right? The code integration will be very easy. Next one, GitHub repository. GitHub repository will monitor all the code changes. How they can monitor? One second, guys. Yeah. How they can monitor the same like as who modified, when modified, right? So this one. So this one, who modified, when modified, what modified, why modified. So it repository will monitor the all code changes. Why modify, right? So now you understood GitHub. Very good. Yeah. So Linus Torvald, who is Linus Torvald developed the Git and he released as a open source. He released as a open source. Do you know, guys, who is Linus Torvald? Yeah, this guy developed the Linux and this guy developed the Git also. Yeah. So what is a open source, guys? You already know, guys. What is a open source?
It's a free software.
Yes, very good. So open source is nothing but we have 2 points here. One is correct, free of cost. The other one is source code also available. What is that? What is source code, guys? The software developed through the programs, right? Either they are using C language or C++. That code is nothing but a source code. So took that source code and created their own type of GUI tools. So took that source code and created their own type of GUI tools like GitHub. I guess. GitLab, Bitbucket. Okay. So they took the source code and they created their own GUI tools, guys. They created their own GUI tools. Okay. Yeah. So what are that? He developed the Git CLI. So how it will work, guys? Git CLI. I already showed you, right, guys? How it will work? It will work through the commands. So what are those? Git add, git commit, git checkout, git merge, git push, git pull. Understood? So git CLI. So we can use the git commands. Git CLI uses git commands. So what are those? Git add, git commit, git status, git log, git push, git pull, and git clone. So we have a git clone and etc. Okay. So what are the Git GUI tools, guys? GUI tools. What are the GUI tools? I already told you, right? Git, GitHub, Git bucket, GitLab, Azure repo, and etc. Is understood? So this is the Git CLI and Git GUI. Git CLI and Git GUI. Yes, understood? So now you understood the Git CLI and Git GUI. So what is a Git client? Here, right? How they can push the code from their local to the remote repository through the Git client, through the Git client, through the Git client. So what is the Git client? What is a Git client, guys? Git client also known as a Git or a Git bash. Git client is also known as Git or Git bash. What is it? Git or Git bash is used in developer mission that connects with remote repositories. Remote repositories like GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, etc. Right? So what is Git bash? Git and Git bash. This is the when we install the Git client, Git, right? Git on our local machine. So it will download the Git bash. Bash is nothing but a born again shell. So what is that? Git bash. Git download for Windows or Mac or whatever. So what is the? So this is the source. This is the website to download the Git for Mac or Windows or a Linux, right? So we can download for the Windows and you can install directly. I will show you the setup. No worries. Okay.
So, Git bash is something where you write all your Git CLI Git
Yeah.
commands, right?
Yes. Yeah. So Git Bash is
Okay.
why Git Bash? So Git developed as a CLI, right? So how we can interact
When
with the how we can
sorry,
interact with the local repositories? Yeah. 1 second. How we can interact with the local repositories? So we can interact with the local repositories Git CLI only. So Bash
here
shell.
CLI, what does CLI mean?
CLI is nothing but a command line interface. What is that?
Command line interface, which is
Yeah.
nothing but again Git bash only.
Sorry, your voice is breaking.
So command line interface Git CLI is nothing but Git bash.
Yes. Git CLI is nothing but a Git bash. So if you install the Git, right, it will automatically connect how we can operate in the local repository, right? So through the bash only. What that bash? That bash is nothing but a Git bash. Git bash is the shell. Shell is the interpreter. Shell is the mediator or interpreter between your local repository to your working directory. Okay. So next, what is a branch? What is a branch? What is a repository? Now you understood the what is a repository, right? Now you understood, for example, so this is the repository. What this is? Git DS Git 5 is the repository.
One question here.
Yeah.
You said it's a distributed system. and you have
Yes.
something called as central repository, and then you have the local repository. Can we, as a user, I can see the local repository?
Yeah, you can see. So you can see the local repository. Oh, no, no, no. You cannot see the local repository. So local repository is your own repository. Whenever the so if you are pushing from your local to remote, yeah, you can see the local repository. So if you are pushing from your local repository to remote repository, yeah, you can see the local repository.
So,
So if you are pushing from,
sorry, I have my
yes,
code here in my system, and
in your
now
system.
when I push it, so first it will
Yes,
go and sit on local repository, correct?
yes, 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 yes.
So, can I see the local repository?
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. This is the local repository. You see, for example, here you wrote the code, okay, in your working directory. Then how we
Hmm.
can push your code from your local repository to from your working directory to local repository through the git commands, git CLI commands, or git GUI, either window VS Code or Eclipse. So if you use the git bash, right? For the git bash, you can use git add git commit. Whatever the code you wrote, right? It will see the local repository. Local repository knows, oh, something is moved from your working directory to local repository. Now your Git is no the local repository. That code is in the local repository. Then you can push the code from your local repository to remote repository. If you see, so this is your working copy. Whenever you work, you wrote the code, right? You can push it to your local repository. You can see your local repository because of you wrote the code and you push it to your local repository. From the local repository, you can push it to the remote repository. So on this way, how you can push from your working directory
So,
to local repository by using
so
git
you're
add and git
telling,
commit.
okay, when you open the GitHub, that repository, that is your server repository, right?
Yes, this is your server repository. What this is? This is your server repository. What this is? So this is nothing but a, yeah, this is the GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab.
Huh. So where I can see this my local repository, that is what my question is.
Yeah. You see, so for example, DS Git 5 is the your local repository. You see here main, there is a branch. Okay. So your repository with branch, that is nothing but a local repository. Okay. You can see, for example, cd dot dot. Good question. For example, cd mm, DevOps 54 cd Hari mkdir batch 6 cd batch 6. You see, just this is a folder. This is a folder batch 6. But you see, this is Hari or DevOps or something like DS Git 5. These all with the branch name. How you can see what is your local repository? Your local repository with branch. This is nothing but a local repository. So this is nothing but a just a folder or a directory.
So you mean to say local repository is nothing but a folder or a directory in your Git only?
In our Git only. So when you start
Okay.
working, right, then you will understand, oh, this is local repository. So that is remote repository. Local repository means that repository is your own repository and someone cannot edit, someone cannot add files. Okay. A remote repository is a repository. Someone can push the code, someone can modify the code. Here, this is your local repository. Your local repository will modify, add something you can do. You only can do in the you can do any modifications in our local repository. But the remote repository, everyone can modify or everyone can add the files. So directly, why local repository? So we cannot directly push the code to directly remote repository, because of if we use the centralized repository, right, there is no local repository, right, there is no local repository, then so we don't know who modified the code, when modified, what modified, why modified, right. So something like you directly push it to this code, something like someone deleted, we don't know who modified the code, who deleted the code. So for the tracking purpose, we can use the Git. Okay. So whenever we create a repository, whenever we create a repository in the local or a remote, a default branch will be created. So what is that default branch? The default branch is main branch. So why we need a branching? So why we need a branch? So for example, in your environment, how many environments you have? You have a development environment, you have a QA environment, you have a production environment, or else something like some companies are using staging environment, UAT, pre-prod, right? Or something like a staging environments or integration environments. So all these environments having a separate code. So for that purpose, they are created a repository. With that repository, they have a branches. So to maintain a separate code base for our application like development branch, production, UAT, stage, hotfix, testing, etc. guys. To maintain a separated code base for our application like development branch, production branch, UAT, stage, hotfix, testing, etc. guys. Is understood? So whenever you create a repository in the default branch, which create that branch name is main branch or a master branch. Yes, understood? For example, you are trying to create a new repository. Okay. So whenever you create the repository, for example, city branch, what is the branch or what is the repository you are creating? So we're creating a repository called as a Citibank. Okay. So once you create the Citibank repository, so it will be created as it will be created as a branch. What is the branch? The branch is Citibank, and a default the repository is Citibank, and a default branch will be created. That branch is main branch. That branch is main branch. Understood? So for example, I will show you that. Show file. Yeah, we need to push that code. Yeah, so we need to download from your remote repository local. Then you can push the code. Then it will see the repository. Then you will see the repository. Otherwise, you can see here. So this is DS Git 5. What is it? So how many repository you have? So you have a 4 repositories. Those repositories are DS Git 5, DS Test 5, and Citibank and AWS Material. Okay, for example, DS Test 5, you see, so this is the main branch. So whenever you create a branch, so why it is not showing here? Because of this this repository with a empty repository. This is a empty repository. That's the reason we are not seeing the branches. So when you have a code, right? When you have a code, it will see it in the repositories. We'll see it in the repositories. Okay, guys. So because of there is no files, right? There is no code in the this local repository, this remote repository. That's why I'm not seeing. But you see, right? Whenever you create a repository, a default repository will be created. That repository is the main repository because of, so for example, So Citibank is your repository. What is that? Citibank is your repository. So in this Citibank repository, a default branch will be created. What is the branch, guys? A default branch is main branch. Whenever you create a repository, so it will create a branch called as a main branch, and the branch should be development branch and QA branch and prod branch. Okay. So why these branches? So when you create a branch, something like you can download this from your remote repository to local repository, and you are creating a branch called as a feature. So you are working on the feature, right? That feature is feature 123, something like what is the feature? The feature, for example, WhatsApp, chat, contacts are there. Okay, so contacts are there. A feature is something like you are trying to develop the feature code like as a status. Okay, status is the feature. So what is the feature? So you are trying to develop the code for the status. So this code, so the main code, whatever the main, right, in the code, in this repository, a branch contains the code. This code is deployed under the production. So where this code is deployed under the production environment, right? So your production environment is working fine, and whatever the code is there in the production branch, right, that code is in the main branch. So we cannot disturb this main branch. So we can create another branch called as a feature branch, and you can develop that code. Okay, so you can develop that code, and whatever the you developed, right, you can create a merge request from feature branch to dev branch. Once you create merged, right? So once this merged from dev to, you can merge from dev to, you can merge it to main. So from main to, you can merge it to QA. From main to, you can merge it to prod. That's the reason main branch is the default branch. The code, whatever the code there in the production branch, that code is in the main branch. So we cannot disturb this main branch. That's the reason we can create a branches, and we can merge the branch, merge the code from feature or something like a bug feature, whatever that, from dev to main. So once the developer develop that code, right, and test it in the development environment, it is looks good, then push it to the main. From main to QA environment will be trigger and verify the QA environment. Then, so once the QA sign off done, then we'll push it to the prod environment. Guys, now you understood the branching strategies?
So one question here. So I have my
Yeah.
system.
Mm.
In my system, I'm developing a feature like some login feature I'm developing. Okay. So
Yes.
I
Okay.
will just take this code and I will push it to the dev environment, dev branch, correct?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Right?
Not
Yes.
push. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yes. Push it to the
Right?
development branch.
Yes.
So
And
yeah.
from development branch, my lead or someone, the person will merge
Approve
it to
that. Yes.
main.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
merging
Yes.
will happen
Here
there.
your lead will be. Yeah. Yeah. Here your lead will be approve the code. Then only you can push the code, because of whatever the code you write, right? Is it working fine or not? Something like, or else here also something like when you push the code to your dev branch, yeah. So your lead will be approve this code to the main branch.
Okay, okay. So, like now, if there are 2 to 3 developers working on the city bank, so
Yes,
every
yes.
developer will have its
Hmm.
own branch there.
Yeah, you can create. Yes, here you see 7 branches are there. Okay. So for example, you are creating a future 123, or someone created another branches. Okay. Yeah, every developer can create our own branch and
No, but
download that
I
code.
just
Download.
want to understand how it happens in the real time.
Yeah, I will show you. I will show you. I will show you how to create the branch, how to download the branch, how to clone the branch, and how to work the branch,
No,
and how
no,
to push the branch.
how that is there, sir. But
Yeah, I
my
will show you.
question is in real
Hmm.
time. every
Mm.
user, every developer who is working on the project will
Mm,
have its
mm,
own
mm.
branch, correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
And then they are asked to push their code to the particular environment, QA or
Particular
whatever.
branch, particular branch. Branch is a environment. Branch is a environment. For example, you
Branch.
see, so what this is the DS Git 5. What are the environments is there? Environment development 1, environment production, environment UAT sandbox, right? Here you see the environments.
So branch is nothing but environment. So I as a user, now there are
Mm.
two developers.
Yes,
So
okay.
I will not have my own branch created. Like my name is Amrut. So my name will
Yeah, you
not.
can create from here. Once you logged into that, right? You can create a branch. You can create a new branch. So you see
You're
here
not
all
getting
branches.
me. My question is like my name. With respect to my name, there will not be any branch, right?
Your name.
With respect to my name, is there any
Mm.
branch? Like when I
No, no.
uh,
The repository is related to. So you have a developer, two developers. That repository is related to two developers. So one is for Amrut, one is for Hari. Okay. So they created a account for you and Hari. You logged into
yes,
that account. I also logged into that account. But the
yes,
repository is Citibank.
yes.
Okay. So once you logged into the GitHub account and once you logged into the repository, move to the repository, you can create a branch here and Hari will create a branch here. So you can clone that branch from your remote repository to local repository
No, but
and
you said
Hari will download the,
no. I'm sorry. Sorry. You
yeah,
said branch
yeah,
is
yeah.
nothing but environment. So I will create my own environment.
If you want, you can create it. So that environment will be created by the team, right? For example, who created that repository? They will created the branches. They will created that environment branches. Okay, you can create your branch and clone that branch and get the code to your local repository. Then you can work on that repository and you can push the code to your remote branch. Here, for example, your branch is future 123. Then what you can do, you can push the code from your local future branch to development branch. New pull request. So from compare to future 123 to, for example, development branch. Okay. Once you push the code, it will be in the development branch.
Sir,
Then you
you're
can.
not. I one minute. I log in
Mm,
and I will have the master branch ka access. So
mm,
they will
mm, mm, mm.
always ask me to create my own branch, correct?
Yes, 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 yes.
So when I push the code, I will
Mm.
push that code from my system. It will go and sit into my branch, correct?
Yes, yes, yes,
And
yes,
from
yes.
my
In your
branch,
local also, yeah, in your local also, you downloaded the code, right, with your branch. In your local also, future 123 is there. You can push the code from your local future 123 to remote future 123. Okay. So your code will be in the future 123, remote 123. So then you can push to wherever you want. You want to push it to the main branch or you want to push it to the development branch. You want to push it to the QA branch. Usually how they will do, so they will push it to the development branch, from development to main to QA prod. Our main branch code will be synced to the production branch. So that is the reason we are not disturbing into the main branch code. So I will show you while doing the practical, Amrut. Then you will understand. Okay. Okay. So you are getting so many confusions. So when I start that right, everything you will understand. Yeah,
okay.
Namita or something like, who is that? Yeah, Namita, you said like local repository is our VS Code or Eclipse. Yes. So we can use Git Bash also and VS Code also, Eclipse also. Okay. Git is a local repository. Yes, Git is a local repository. GitHub is a remote repository. Yes, you are correct. Applications like development branch, production branch, UAT, stage, hotfix, testing, etc. Okay. So whenever you create a repository, a default branch will create. That branch name is, what is that branch, Amrit? Yeah,
Me.
in older version they call it as a master branch. Older version they call it as a master branch. So what is a local repository? Developer mission contains a .git folder is nothing but local repository. So I will show you this. So what this is? Yeah. So which branch you created? Which repository we created? For example, what this is? This is your remote repository, right, Amrita? Amrit. So you are cloning. What is that? You are cloning your remote repository into local repository. So how you can clone? By using git clone command. By using git clone command. Yeah. You see? So it's a cloned. You are appear to have a cloned an empty repository. CD. What is that? Citibank. Now you see Git City Bank. This is the local repository. What is the branch? The branch is main branch. So what it contains? It doesn't have any code. ls-la. What it contains? .git. What it is? It is a .git. A .git contains all the Git configuration files. Git configuration files. Now you understood? What is your local repository? Now Citibank is this is your local repository and this is your remote repository. I will show you now what is that remote repository. What is a remote repository? What is a remote repository? So what is remote repository? GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket. These all are the GitHub is a remote repository. A GitHub contains code
So you mean
connected
to say that
to.
one minute, sir. So I write a
Mm,
code, and
mm,
when I connect my, there will be a folder created .git, correct, in my system.
yes, yes,
That
yes,
is
yes,
nothing but
yes,
the local repository.
yes. For example, you joined a company, so a repository already created. Citibank repository is already created. You are working on that Citibank repository. How you can download from your remote repository to local repository? So you can download the remote repository into your local. Then this repository is a this repository is your local repository. So whatever the code is there in the remote repository, the same code will be the same code will be there in the local repository. You can do something like I will show you. Touch Hari.txt. For example, this is the code you wrote. So you want to push that code from your local repository to remote repository. How you can push it? Git add dot git commit -m test git push. Yeah, you see now. So in your local Hari.txt is there. Now you pushed this Hari.txt to your remote repository. Is it pushed or not? Let's see. Yeah, now you see. So Hari.txt just now, this is the commit ID. Who committed? Hari sir. What is the commit message? Text. So what is the branch? The branch is main branch. Understood?
Okay. Once.
So I will show you. I will show you. I will show you clearly. Just for your understand, I did this one. Okay. So how to set up this GitHub environment? How to sign up this GitHub environment? And how to set up this local environment? Local environment. How to create a repository? How to clone the repository? How to push the repository? We'll show you tomorrow, guys. How to install the Git and Git Bash on your local machine. Okay. Register and login GitHub account, create a empty repository, generate a token, how to push the code, how to pull the code. We'll show you. Thanks. Yeah. So what we discussed in yesterday's class, we discussed about the version control and source code management tool, and what is a Git, what is a GitHub, who developed the Git, what is a open source, Git GUI tools, Git client, branch, local repository, remote repository. So we'll discuss yesterday, right, guys? So what we will discuss today? So we'll discuss about the this environment setup, how we can set up the environment, right? So environment setup. So something like already the Git bash is the local repository. So this is the Git bash. This is the local repository, and the remote repository is, yep, guys, github.com, for example. So Hari Krishna Cheruku 866. There is a repository called as a AWS DevOps material. So this is the repository, guys. So this is the AWS repository. This is the GitHub repository. So today what we will do, so we will sign up, we will register the GitHub account, and we will set up the local Git. We will set up the local Git, and so we'll create the repository, we'll clone the repository. Today we'll discuss, guys. Okay. Yep. 1 second. I will open that PPT. Yeah. So today we'll discuss this was, guys, local repository and remote repository. So remote repository is GitHub. We set up the GitHub, and the local repository, how we can install the Git and GitHub Git bash. We'll show you today. Okay. So environment setup. What is this, guys? Environment setup. So what is the environment setup? So steps. Step one is something like that. Okay. Step one. So what is the step one? How to install Git and how to install Git and Git bash. How to install Git and Git bash on your local machine. So how to install Git and Git bash on your local machine. So Git actions is the CI/CD topic, Shashil.
Okay. Sure. Thank you.
Okay. So this is a just Git and GitHub. So okay. So GitHub actions are, it's a CI/CD pipeline, CI/CD, right? So if you want to discuss that, it will we need a 1 month to do that. Okay. So if you want the awareness, so I will show you that GitHub actions. It's simple like a CI/CD. It works. Yeah, how to install Git and Git Bash on your local machine. So what you need to do, guys, first you need to download that. So download the software from Git official website. So what is that? We need to download the software from Git official website. So I already showed yesterday, right? So Git download for Windows. Okay, so you can click this one. You can so click it here. So you want to for the 64-bit or you want to for the so ARM 64-bit or a portable. So you can use so Git for Windows X 64-bit setup. Copy link address. You just click right. It will automatically download it. Just you see it is downloading. Right, it is downloading. Yeah, this is the this is the software, guys. So install the Git software on Windows. So how to install Git and Git Bash on your local machine. Okay. So just double click, guys. So you already know, right, how to install. So but I want to uninstall this Git Bash, right? It is in open state. No. So how to uninstall? You already know, right, guys? Go to control panel and programs and features, right? So there is a Git bash. This is the Git, guys. You just right click and uninstall. So you can click yes. Yeah. Are you sure want to delete, uninstall? Yes, guys. If you see, yeah. So Git is uninstalled. Okay. Next, I already Windows credential manager. Yeah, Windows credentials. This is my GitHub. I already logged into this GitHub, guys. So I'm removing this because of for last class I added this. Okay. Yeah. Now your local Git is uninstalled. So how to install, guys? How to install Git? Go to that downloaded software where it is downloaded. Okay. Just
Sir, so we have to click that standalone installer or portable.
which one?
Here
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have
This is the one. Yes, yes, yes.
standalone for Windows, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you see, so this is once you click right, it will automatically standalone installer. Git for Windows X 64-bit setup. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. If you double click here, or you need to go to that downloads and just click double click it. Yeah, it will ask the yes. Yeah. So this is the setup. Just next. Yeah, next. So next. Yeah, it will install. Just click next, then finish it. So your local Git will install. So after that, so a Git bash. So along with Git, a Git bash also installed. Why Git bash? So you want to manage your local repository, right? How you can manage, how you can execute the Git commands on your local repository through the Git bash. Git bash is the bash prompt, shell prompt. Git is a CLI. How you can operate this Git through the CLI. CLI means command line. How you can operate? You can operate through the Git bash. Operate through the Git bash. Okay. Yeah, just finish. So your Git will be installed. So how you can check it? So you can check it through the control panel or else something like so in the search bar you just click the Git bash. It will open the Git bash. Okay, and so Git hyphen version. You see, so Git is installed on your Windows. That local Git setup is done. Git version 2.50, right? 2.50 is installed. So right, now you understood. So how to the environment setup, how to download Git and Git Bash on your local machine, and how to install Git and Git Bash on your local machine. So done, right, guys? Just how you can install, guys? Just double click on the downloaded package. So you can give next, right? So next, install, then finish. Yeah, your local Git setup is done. So what is that? Your local Git setup is done. Okay. Now, so what you need to do? So register and log in the GitHub account. What is this? So register and log in this GitHub account. How you can register and log in GitHub account? What is step 3? Register and log in GitHub account. How you can register and log in your GitHub account. Okay. Yeah. How you can register and log in GitHub account, guys? So the URL. So what is the URL? URL is https://github.com. What is the URL, guys? The URL is https://github.com. Okay. Yeah. Sign out this one. Sign out. Yeah. What is this, guys? GitHub. https://github.com. Yeah. So this is the github.com. So index page. Index page. So what you can do, you can create account. How you can create the account? So click on the sign up button and you need to provide the email address and password. So email address and password. Yeah. The Gmail is durgasoft6@gmail.com. Yep, yes. Create an account. This is also one of the big tasks, guys. So it is asking E12. Yeah, E12. Submit Q23. Q, yes, this is Q23. Submit. Yes, 16. Yes, 16. Yeah, yes, 16. Okay. So once done that, so visualization. So that GitHub sent an end code to the email address. So yeah, I have received that code. I'm copying that code and I'm pasting the code. Then continue. So what is the username, guys? The username is Hari Blujay, no username. Okay, guys.
The username is durgasoft6.
Yeah, username is durgasoft6. Very good. durgasoft6 at gmail.com. Password. Yep, guys. So guys, what you can do, you can provide the username. Okay. Durgasoft 6 is the username, the password. So whatever we set for the email address and password, right? We can use that password, guys. Okay, I forgot that password. That's the reason I reset that password. Yeah, I logged into this GitHub account. Now you understood? So the registration, what is that? Register and log in the GitHub account. So the username is Durga Soft Durga Soft 6, right? This is soft or yeah, it is not Durga, it is Durga Soft. So not Durga Soft, that's the reason I'm unable to log into that server. Okay, this is the not Durga. So I forgot to add R. So that's the reason I'm unable to add. So this is the username and the password. What is the password, guys? Password something. This is the password. So once you log into that, right after registering that, how to log in? How to log in GitHub account through the username and password. Okay, how to log into that? So we can log into the username and password. Guys, understood? So this is the a setup. So this is the a setup of the register and register and GitHub account. Log into the GitHub account. So are you able to see my screen, right, guys? What this is? This is the local repository. For example, so this is our Git bash. So this is our GitHub. What this is, guys? So this is our GitHub, and so this is our Git. This is our Git and Git bash, your local repository, right? So we want to communicate between these two. How you can communicate, guys? So we need to. So definitely we need a communication. How we can communicate with? We can communicate with the token. What is that, guys? Token. What is this? Token, right? Yeah. So how you can communicate with this? So with the token. So right. So we need to generate the token in the remote repository. So generate the developer token to communicate between local and remote. Or else you can use sign in username or password. Okay, username or a password. Okay, understood. So yeah, username password is you already know, right? So I will show you how to generate the token in the GitHub account. Okay, how to generate the token in the GitHub account. I will show you how to generate. So log into the GitHub account. Yeah, you already logged into the GitHub account, and go to the settings. So where go to the section, click the settings. So in the left side, there is a developer portal, developer settings. So click on the developer settings. Here, right, you see GitHub apps, auth apps, personal tokens. You can click the personal tokens and token classic. Click the token classic and so here you need to generate the new token. So generate the new token through the classic. Click on the classic, right? Yeah. So you can create a token name Durga Soft
Sir,
6.
can you please go little slow? So
Little
once you
slow.
click on settings,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. So once you click the your username, then go to the settings. Click the setting. So once you click the setting, in the left side, there is a developer settings. In the left side, there is a developer settings. Click on the developer settings. Then in the left side, so personal access tokens. So in the drop down, So click the drop down and then click the token classic. Click the token classic. Then so you can here there is a drop down. Click the drop down and generate a new token classic. Click on the generate a new classic token. So Durga Soft 6. I'm giving the name as a Durga Soft 6. So the expiration is no expiration. This token will not expire. Okay. So what you need to select? You need to select the delete repo, right? The report status, the user, click on the user, delete repo. This will enough. Okay. So then generate a token, right? So
Hari,
once you select,
what is the difference between classic and the fine-grained
yeah,
tokens?
fine
Like,
grain is
why
the new one. New one. Fine grain is the new one. Token classic is the older one.
why do we need to use that classic one only?
Yeah, classic one is so this is the mostly developer they are using this one, and so this is the new one, right? So you already know, right? Something like a standard version, beta version, and the beta and standard version. So which version they are using in the real time? Mostly they are using the standard version because of this is proved. But the beta version, so we don't know if it is working or not. So this is something like a pilot. This is not standardized. Okay. Yeah. You can use this
Okay.
one and copy that token and paste it in the somewhere else. You need to save this token. What is that? Token.
So why do we need to generate and connect through a token only? So is there a way that we can connect you by using the username and password?
Yeah. So how you can connect? So for the developing purpose, so for the developer connection, something like in the Jenkins or something like. So so if you want to connect this, so so if you want to communicate with both, so you can use sign in username and password. But so you are using the a real time environment. So they are the multiple users are connected to this repository. Right. So multiple peoples are connected to the remote repository. So that's the reason most of the cases we are not using our username and password. So we can use the token to communicate with the local repository.
But anyway, the developers are might be the using the different username and password, right? So they have their own
Yeah,
entity, right?
yeah, you can use it. So we can communicate. So many ways we can communicate with the remote and local many ways. But so we already know something like how to use the sign in username password. Just click on the sign in. You already know the username password. You can click it. But the generate tokens, you don't know, right? That's the reason I am showing how to generate the token and how to communicate with the local repository through the remote repository. You
Okay.
can use,
So,
I already told you, right? You can use the both same normal that sign in username password as well as token or SSH also we can communicate it. I will show you. I will show you while cloning the Git clone. Then you will understand.
so as such, there is no difference between connecting by username and password and
Yeah,
also
there is.
by using the
Yes.
token as well, right?
Yes. I will show you while communicating with your local to remote. So there is a two options. I will show you the both two options.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, guys. So how to generate the token? So you already know, right? So yes. What is that fourth one, right? Generate password. Generate password token to communicate between remote and local. Local to remote. So what is that? So
So, you mean to say tokens are only used so that we can, whatever code we have, we can push it from our working computer, so laptop to the local repository, and from local to remote
Remote
repository.
repositories. Yes, yes, very
That
good.
is why only the, I mean, like from local to remote, you if you want
For
to push
example,
the code,
the code is in our local, in our desktop or in our laptop, right? So, but we want to push that code to the remote repository. Where the remote repository is there? The remote repository is there in the github.com. Okay, in our repository. We need to push from your local to remote, your local to remote. So that's the reason we need a communication between your local to remote. So how we can communicate? So we can communicate. So we can provide as a sign in username password or a token.
So the token will always be the same, or every time it will
It,
change?
yeah, it will always be the same. So we selected the no expiration, right? If
Yeah,
we
yeah,
provide the
that's
expiration, definitely it will. We need to generate another token, and we will use that token.
so
okay.
while generating the token, now I have entered the Durga Soft 6 as the token
Mm,
name.
mm,
Expiration is no expiration. Then it
mm.
is asking for select the scope. Is it mandatory that we should select something scope also, or just we can,
Yeah, yeah. We need to select the scope also.
what
That
should I
scope
select?
is the scope is nothing but choose the checkboxes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we need to choose. So right. So we need a permission to delete the repo. So that token having the permission to admin the delete the repo, user and admin and the repo. We need to select the access permission to for that token, right? What are the permissions we are providing to that token? So we are providing that token to the permission, something like a delete repo. That token by using this token, right? As it's uses as a password. So the permission should be like a delete the repo, having the delete the repo and the admin the repo, right? So we need to give that permissions.
But that permission will we only grant it, or somebody else will grant those permissions?
Yeah. So yeah, somebody will grant those permissions. If it is in a group account, right? So they will provide you the permissions. I will show you that permission also while doing the real time, while doing the merging and something like approving. So if you
Yeah,
want to do the, yeah, I will show you that. Hmm?
yeah, because in a real time, so we
Yes,
don't
yes, yes.
provide ourselves, right?
Yes, yes, sir. Someone having the administration permissions, those will have something like you don't have a approve and merge the code. We will have the we will have that permission. Our lead or manager will have the permission to approve and merge. Right?
So this is for only for main branch and the production branch, right?
Yes,
For the
yes,
develop
yes, yes,
branch, we have everything, I guess.
yes, 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 yes. I will show you how to give the permissions. Okay? Or click on your name, then go to settings, then developer settings, right? Then go to the personal access token, then click on the token classic. Choose name of the token, then choose no expiration, choose the checkboxes, choose the checkboxes, repo, user and admin privileges, delete. Okay, this is the generated password token, right? So the token is where I copied the token. Token. Yeah, guys. So you can save this
One
token.
Sir, once we generate the token, can we still edit it?
No, we cannot edit it.
Okay. No, because I just selected repo, user admin
Hmm.
and delete repo. I didn't select
You,
it.
you can, yeah. So we, Amrut, what you can do, you can watch the recording and you can practice it. So you can listen now, then you will understand.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. So yesterday I already told you, right? Something like who modified the code, who committed the code, right? In our local or remote repository. So we need to set up the very first time. So you need to set up your user email and password. So user email and password. So how we can set up the email and password? I will show you cdls cd git ds git file. Yeah. So git log. You see what this is? So git commit. So you committed the code, and who is the author? Hari sir, and the author email address is so, and the date and commit. So for this purpose, we need to for very first time on your git bash, you need to set the global email address and global username. Global email address and the global name. So in the credentials manager,
So
in
what
the
is the
credentials,
global this one, Hari?
yeah. So I already told you, right? So something like you are developing the code and you are committing the code to the local repository. So who committed this code and when committed this code, right? So for this purpose, we need to set up the global username and email because of who updated the code, who modified the code, who deleted the code.
Yeah, but whatever we logged in,
Mm.
that user ID and the global user ID will be the same, or it might be the different.
So yeah, it might be that different. But definitely you see here. So here you logged in as a which user?
Yeah, I logged in with a Durga Soft and
Durga
the
Shah.
yes.
Yeah, I set up as a the username is so something like Hari and the path that email is Durga Shah. So you can use this one or you can use your own. Okay. So what is your question? I thought so we already logged in as a DurgaSoft user. So when we commit the code, so when we commit or push the code, it will show the this username password, right? Why we need to set up a global username and password, right?
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So for example, so you are not cloned the repository, for example. So you are not created or you are not cloned the repository. You just created a repository, local repository here. You just create a local repository here. I will show you. So mkdir ds git 6, for example, or 7. So cd ds git 7. Okay. Now I am in the a normal directory. Now I am in the normal directory. I want to create this. I want to create this as a. I want to initialize this as a local Git repository. How you can initialize Git init command? What is the command? Git init command. Now you see. So this is the local repository. This local repository does not have a relation between this repository. Okay. Now, so touch Hari.txt. I created the file and git add dot git commit -m just test right git log. So I need to remove this here. So I need to remove this git Yeah. So we need to git rm, I think. So we can delete that email address and email address, or we need to set up another. So now you understood, right, Neil?
Yeah, one question. So here we have created a local repository, correct?
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
on top of that, we are creating the file on the local
Mm,
repository.
yes,
Can,
yes,
I mean,
yes.
until unless you push it the code to the repository, still it will
Mm,
be on your local, right?
yes, yes. Still, that is in now in our local, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Once you push that code, so then it will show it in the repository, the commit ID, and the who committed, when committed, right?
Yes.
So for that purpose, we need to set up the global email and that username, right? You are creating, you just logged into this GitHub account. So you are not created any repository till now, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So you can create a repository and you can clone that repository. So for the first time, So for the first time, you want to download the repository. You want to download that new repository into your local. So for the first time, so what you need to use, you need to use the git clone command. What is that? So git clone a repository URL. So what is that? Git clone and repository URL. It will clone the repository, remote repository into your local repository. So you want to create a own local repository and so add it as a link it to the remote repository. I will show you that part also. Okay, Neil, I will set up the, so the very first time what you need to do, so verify as a very first time on your git bash, you need to set up the local git global user email and username. So how you can set up git config hyphen global user dot email. What is the email? For example, Hari at the rate Turkasoft, turkasoft.com. This is my email address. So git config, I want to set the name also, global user name, user dot name. What is that?
Sir,
So for
what is the
example,
purpose of setting the global username, global email and all?
I already show you, right? So that why we need to set the global username and password. So who committed the code and so the user email and the email address, the username and email address. Yeah. So this is the guy committed the code. This is the guy deleted the code. This is the guy updated the code. This is the guy modified the code.
Oh,
Okay.
got it.
Yeah. So then how to communicate between your local repository to remote repository?
So,
So how?
uh, Hari, actually, on that, the third
Hmm,
line, it
hmm,
says
hmm.
that Git DS Git 7 master, right? So it
DS Git
uh,
7 master.
master.
Yeah.
So that means it's
Uh,
a master branch, correct?
hmm. Master branch. In older days, we call it as a master branch.
Yeah,
Now, yeah, in that days, so we can, so for example,
it's a main branch basically.
main branch. Yeah, we need to rename that main branch.
That means we are
Mm,
committing all the changes to directly into the masters, right?
no, 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 master. We need to say, we need to rename it to main branch.
Okay. That means, I mean, basically on the top, like the
Yeah, yeah,
super, so super repository we are
yeah. This
getting
is
into.
the, yeah, yeah. This is the main branch. So we need to rename it. How you can rename it, I will show you. No worries. Okay. So if you want to rename now, I will show you how to rename it. So in the branch, git branch hyphen d branch name. So hyphen d is nothing but a delete. How you can rename the branch? So branch hyphen m, master branch and main branch. Yeah. So if you go to the develop profile, your profile. Yeah. So this was done, right? Your sign up is done. Now I want to create a repository in the GitHub remote repository. So click on the repositories. Just click new. The repository name is ds git 6. What is the repository name? ds git 6 or Citibank, whatever it may be, guys. Okay, ds git 6. My repository name as a ds git 6, and I created repository as a public repository, and so just click the create a repository. You see, guys. Yeah. Now, so something like git branch hyphen main here. So if you see, I want to change the branch from master to main. You just use the, so nil. Now you understood how to change how to rename the branch. So by using git branch, I will tell you everything. No worries, guys. Okay. Yeah. So this is your local repository. This is your git bash. This is your, so this is your local, this is your laptop. I want to I want to download this repository. I want to download this Git repository. What is it? What is the we created that repository ds git 6. Okay. I want to download this Git repository, but this is the empty repository we created. Okay. So we want to download this Git repository. You can download either HTTPS or SSH. So I'm downloading this repository through HTTPS. Okay. I'm copying this. Then what is this, guys? I'm downloading the remote repository. What is the remote repository, guys? ds git 1 second, guys. Okay, guys. So we want to download this git 6 repository into your local. So what you can do is, guys, git clone is the command. ds git 6. So this directory is not there in our local repository. You want to download from remote repository to local repository. What is the command? Git clone and URL. What is the URL, guys? The URL is this is the URL. Okay. So what is the command, guys, for downloading? Git to clone. So clone is nothing but a copying. So whatever the repository there in remote repository, it will clone it to your local repository. Where we can find the recorded video, you can. So they already shared, right, in the email. Pan. Yeah. So you see, right? You appear to have cloned an empty repository. Let's see. What is that? ds git 6. Yeah, it's downloaded. The repository is downloaded. I want to go to that repository. So ds 6. Yeah. Now you see, guys. So if that is that is a repository, that is a Git repository, so it will show the branch. It will show the branch after the directory. Okay. So this is our local repository. Now ds git 6 is the local repository, and so this is the remote repository. So what is the branch, guys? When you create a repository, a default branch will be created. What that is branch? Nil? Amrut Nil.
ds git 6.
Yeah, ds git 6 is the repository. What is the
Main
branch?
branch. Main branch.
Which branch?
Main branch will be created default.
Yes, very good. Main branch will be created. So you are downloading this repository with main branch to the local repository. You see, so what branch is downloaded? Main branch is downloaded. Okay, so the main branch with ds git 6. Is there any data is there in that branch?
No data.
No data is there. So I want to
Sir,
yeah,
one question
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Whenever we are new to the project and they ask us to clone the
Repository
repository,
from remote to, yeah.
yes. So that time we clone it from the main itself, right?
No,
No,
you
I
can,
think.
yeah, whatever you can create here. So once you push to that, right, it's already there in the repository. So if you
Yes,
want to
the
download
framework is
from the
already
main,
there. The
yeah, you can
framework is
download
already.
main. Yes, repository already there. You can clone that repository. Yeah, it will get the main branch. Then you can create your own branch from here also.
No, no. When you clone it, you always
Mm.
clone it from the main branch, right?
Yes.
That is what I wanted to ask. Okay,
Or
okay.
else if you want to, or else you can create your own branch in here, and you can download that branch code also. So now you understood git clone, how to clone the repository, how to clone that repository from remote to local. So tomorrow I will show you so the commands, how we can use these commands. How we can use these commands, I will show you. 1 second. I have the document.
So one question, Hari, here.
Downloads.
Like,
Mm,
so we are using the Git bash to connect to the local from local to remote, right? So how does
mm,
local know that
mm.
I have connected to the so and so repository? So
Yes,
uh,
very good, very good.
right?
So yes, so this repository, right? You just cloned this. Which repository? This is the Git 6 repository. This is the repository that
Yes,
local knows. This is the remote repository. I think you are asking the question about branch or repository. So if it is a repository, then the last dot git is your repository.
correct. But my question is, when
Mm,
you open the bash command,
mm.
so how does the local knows that I using what username and password I'm connecting to the repository, like the
Yes,
remote
very
repository?
good. Yes, very good. Good question. So if it is a company, we created this repository as a public, right?
Yes.
If you select as a public, so everyone can clone it. But if you create as a private, you need to provide the username password to clone. You need to provide the password, username and password to clone it. For pushing, so if it is a public or private, we need to provide the username and password for cloning it.
So otherwise it doesn't know, right? So which
Yeah,
repository
it
am I
doesn't
connected?
know.
So then it
Yeah,
won't
yeah,
authenticate it won't authenticate
yes,
basically.
yes, yes. That's the reason I already told how to communicate between the your local repository to remote repository. Definitely, we need a communication, either username, password, or a token. If it is a private, if you want to download, if you want to clone that repository, definitely we need to provide the username, password in the real time.
Yeah.
So I created this repository as a public repository, right? If you create this repository as a public repository, everyone can clone the repository. So there
Without
is
any
no
credential,
restriction.
right?
You
There is no.
selected as a public.
Yeah.
Yes. If it is a private, right? Definitely we need a authentication.
Yeah.
We need to provide the credentials. Guys,
So,
I want to jump into another class.
if
Yeah,
it is a
they are
private and
pinging.
the framework is present and they will give us the URL, right, to clone it. At that
Yes.
moment of time, either we can give username and password to clone it, or either we can give the token.
Yeah, token. So you have a token, right? Token will
Yes.
provide you the password authentication. I am telling, so for example, so if you create a repository as a private, we need to provide either token or a username password for cloning also. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So what we discussed in the previous class. So So we discussed about the environment setup yesterday, right? So what we are discussing today, so something like a verify. So verify first time on your Git bash, and so why we need to use this global user and email, user email and uname, and why GitHub login is a separate, and we'll discuss about the. So on a local machine, Git uses sections, and so we'll discuss the commands. So what are the commands? So git version, git init, git status, git add, git diff, git commit, git push, git pull, git log, git branch. What is a branch? Git branch, git branch hyphen d, git checkout, git stash, git remote hyphen v. So we will show you these, and so we will work today on the local git, guys. Is understood? Yeah. Yeah. So verify first time on our git bash, global username and email, global username and email. Why we need a global username and email? So if you have already logged into GitHub, you have already logged into the GitHub. So this is the GitHub, that username, right? Email. So if I have already logged into the GitHub, and my account has a name and email, why does Git still ask me to run git config global username and global email? So why we need a Git is not a, first of all, Git is not a GitHub. Git is a local, and GitHub is the remote. Okay, Git is a version control system that runs locally on our mission. So where it runs, right? So it runs on our locally. It runs on our locally. GitHub is a remote platform. It's an online platform where you push your Git repositories. Where you push your Git repositories, right? DS Git. So note, guys, Git local doesn't automatically know who are you who you are on GitHub. So it doesn't know. So when you commit something using Git on your computer, Git needs a record your identity inside the commit because of Git log, for example. What is that? Git log. So, right, there is no commit, right? That's the reason we are not unable to see. So git log means it will show the author who committed the code. So Git needs a record your identity inside the commit. Right? It does not get from the GitHub. It gets from the local Git settings. Right? So why GitHub login is separate? Your GitHub login is only used when you are pushing or pulling from the GitHub repository. So your git config username email is used when you are committing code. You understood? Yep, guys. Global username and password, right? I think we already set the global username and password. ls, yeah. So we don't have. So yeah. So what this is, you cloned the repository. 1 second, guys. I will show you that. Yeah. So this local repository, how it works. So today we'll discuss. Today we'll discuss how it works. Okay. Yeah. On the local machine, Git uses sections, guys. So what are the sections, guys? On local, Git uses the sections. So what are the sections? The sections are working directory and the staging area and local repository. What this working directory, what this staging area, what this local repository, what these sections are, what these Git local sections are. On the local machine, Git uses sections. What are those? Git uses the sections. So what are the sections? Git uses on the local machine. Git uses the sections. What are those? The three main areas Git uses to track and manage. So why we need these three guys? So for tracking and yeah. So why we need these three? For tracking and managing the changes on manage changes on your local mission. Changes on your local mission. And it's a core concept. Core concept in understanding how Git works. How Git works, guys. Understanding the how Git works. Understood? This is the what are the three main areas Git uses to track and manage changes on our local mission, and it's a core concept in understanding how Git works, guys. Core concept in understanding Git works. So what are those working directory? What is that? So working directory. And the second one is staging area. What is that? Staging area. Third one is local repository. What is this, guys? Third one is local repository. Third one is local repository. So what this guys? So this is a working area. Working area means something like you wrote some code where you wrote something called index.html, right? So index.html or something like homepage.py, Python or Java or .NET. So these are all the your code, guys. So working directory is the location. What is that? Working directory is the location where all the code is created initially. So all the files present here are called as a untracked files. What these files, guys? These files are untracked files. You just listen. You just created the files. These files are not know the local repository. So these all are the untracked files. What these files are? These files are untracked files. What these are? These are untracked files. This is not tracked by the local repository. So this is not tracked by the local repository. How it will track? It will track from working directory to staging area. How it will track, guys? If you use the git add file name. Git add file name, then it will track the files from untracked to track. Track means it will go to the staging area. So what is this staging area? Staging area is the location. So this is also a location where files are indexing happens, and it is the buffer area of Git, and the files are called as a indexed files. So what is indexing, guys? The index is a file. Usually in .git index, there is a .git in the .git folder is there. In the .git folder, there is index where Git keeps track of the file you have staged in the preparation for the next commit. The preparation for the next commit. So for example, added with the git add command. So from untracked to tracked, if you want to untrack to tracked, and you need to go to the staging area, what is the command, guys? Git add is the command. So once you are in once from untracked to tracked and the staging area, so we need to commit the changes. Why? So still these files, so these index.html and homepage.html are doesn't know the local repository. How it will know? It will know from staging area to local area to move. How we can move it from? We can move it from git commit command. So local repository is where version controlling happens, and the files are called as a committed files. All the files are called as a committed files. Guys, now you understood? So what is working area? So working area is nothing but your folder, your project folder. So in our project folder, you modified the code or you added the files or modified the files. So right, in the working directory. So this working directory doesn't know the local repository. How it will know? It will know from move from working directory to staging, then staging to local repository. How it will move? By using the git add commit and git add and git commit commands. Git commit commands. Guys, understood? So once the index and homepage dot files are moved from working directory to local repository, now your local repository knows this index.html and homepage.py. So then from local to remote, we can push the code by using git push. So from remote to local, so we can use git pull command. For the downloading, we can use the git pull command. For uploading, we can use the git push command. Git push command. For the first time, what you need to do, you can use the git clone command. So for the first time, you can use git clone, and from after that, you can use the git pull to download the updated code. To download the updated code, if you use the git clone, it will download the entire project repository into your local. So when you do the git pull, right, from the next time onwards, it will download only the updated code. Only the modified code will be downloaded to your local repository. That is the difference between git clone and git pull. Guys, understood? Guys, understood?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. So what is working directory? What is working directory, guys? Working directory is the location where all the code is created initially. Right? All the files, all the files present, all the present here are called as untracked file. Untracked file. So this is not tracked. What is this? This is not tracked by the local repository. Not tracked by the local repository. So what is the second one, guys? The second one is a staging area. What is that? Staging area is the location. Staging area is the location where files indexing happens, and it is the buffer area of Git, and the files are called as indexed files. Files are called as a indexed files. What is index? What is index, guys? Index, the Git index is a file. The Git index is a file, usually in .git/index, .git/index, where Git keeps track of the files you have staged. You have staged in preparation for the next commit. What is that? Preparation for the next commit. So preparation for the next commit. So what is this, guys? So from working area to staging area, what is the command? So you can use the command. The command is git add command. What is the command, guys? Example, git add file name. What is that? Git add file name. It will be from untracked to tracked, means staging area. Okay. So what is the next one, guys? Next one is local repository. What is that? Local repository. Local repository is where version controlling happens, and the files are called as committed files. The file is called as a committed file. The file is called as a committed files. Understood, guys? So this is nothing but a working directory, staging area, and local repository. So this is nothing but your. So I want to whatever we wrote the code, right? I want to send it to the local repository. So this is the way. So working area, staging, working directory, staging area, and local repository. So here we have, so we need to add, we need to execute. So few commands. I will tell you that commands. Okay. So what is that? Flow of Git changes. What is the flow of Git changes, guys? The flow of Git changes is, what is that? Working directory. What is this? So this is a working directory. Yeah, this is the working directory. Okay. Git add. So what is that? So git add. Okay. What is this command? Git add. So from working directory to, so where it will go? It will go to staging area. Okay. So from working directory to staging area. So what is the command, guys? Git add command. So what is the command? So from staging area to from staging area to local repository. From staging area to local repositories. From staging area to local repositories. Local repository. So this is the Git flow of Git changes from working directory to staging area. We can use the Git add. So from staging area to local repository, we can use Git commit. Is my understood? So this is the flow. This is the flow of the Git changes. This is the flow of the Git changes. Is understood? Now what this is. So these are the few of the commands. What are those commands? What is git add, git commit? So how we can check from untrack to track, git status. What is the command? Git status, git log. Who committed the code? We see the git log. So what is git checkout? What is this? Git checkout, git merge. Guys, git pull, git clone, what all these commands? What is that? Git add, git commit, git checkout, git match, git pull, git push, git clone. So how many commands, guys? These are the 3 commands, and these are the 4 commands, right? So what are the commands are there in Git, right? So we'll discuss. So what is it? Git useful commands. What are the Git hyphen hyphen version? What guys? It will show the Git version. Yesterday we already showed, right? Git hyphen hyphen version. So it will show the Git version. Git version. It will shows the version of the Git installed on your machine. So Git init, it will initialize the project folder into a Git repository. So Git init, so a normal folder. So if you want to create as a local repository, Git repository, so we can initialize that. So by using the Git init command, it will initialize the project folder into a Git repository. So what is that next? Git status. So what is the Git status, guys? In simple terms, it will show you exactly which files folders have been modified. What is that, guys? So every time, so when you run the git add, so the next command is git status. Okay, the next command is, so here also the next command is git status and git commit. Sorry, git log. So the commit message, so every commit it will create the commit ID, commit message. We need to provide the commit message, commit ID, and the author, and when it was modified, where it was modified, what it was modified. Okay. Yes, understood? Yeah, in simple terms, it will show you exactly which files folders have been modified. Okay, git add dot. So it will add all your files to the Git staging area. You can also add individual file to the staging area. You can use git add file name. Or so we have a multiple files. We have a multiple files. You can use just git add dot. Git add dot. So git diff. It will show the difference between a file in the staging area and a file that present in the working terrain. That file working. So it will show the difference between a file in the staging area and the file that present in the working directory. Okay. So the next is git commit. So what is -m? -m is nothing but a message. So if you want to, so why you are committing, for example, so modifying the future or something like a resolving the bug, right? The commit message should be. So git commit -m message. It will save your changes into the local repository. It will save your changes into the local repository. It's a good practice to include proper commit message, which helps in debugging. So why we need, guys? It will save your changes to your local repository. It's a good practice to include a proper commit message, which helps in debugging. Guys, understood? So this is nothing but a git commit. What is git push? It will push all the local changes. It will push all the local changes from that you have made to the remote repository, remote GitHub repository. So whatever the code you write here, right? So that code will be pushed to the from your local repository to remote repository. So what is the remote repository? This is the remote repository. So you want to push that code from your local repository to remote repository, you can use a git push command. What is the command, guys? Git push command is to push the code from your local repository to remote repository. What is git pull? It will pull means fetch all the updated code from the remote branch to the remote branch and merge with your local branch. What is that? It will pull all the updated code. I already told you, right? The updated code only. So git pull is for, so whatever the updated code there in the remote, right? We need to download only that updated code. We can use the git pull command. What is the git pull? It will pull the updated code from the remote branch and merge with our local branch. Merge with our local branch. Git log. What is the git log, guys? It will list down the entire commit history. What is git log, guys? So git log is nothing but it will list down the entire commit history. That is all the commits that you have made till now. All the commits that have made till now. What is a git branch name? What is the branch, guys? Yesterday we discussed about it, right? What this is? This is the branch. This is the repository and this is the branch. So you can create a number of branches on the repository, but a default branch is main. So while creating the repository, a default branch will be created. That branch is main branch. You can create a number of branches and you can switch to that branches and you can work to that branches and you can merge the from a future branch to main branch. So the production code, all the environment code will be located in the main repository, main branch. Okay. So what is a branch, guys? So this command is used to create a new branch on your local Git repository. I want to create a new branch on the local Git repository. So you are in the which branch? You are in the main branch. I want to create a new branch. What is the command? Git branch. Git branch name. This command is used to create a new branch in your local Git repository. Okay, git branch. What is that command? It will list down all the local branches that you have created. It will list down all the local branches that you have created. I already told you, right? You can create a number of branches on our local and you can create a number of branches on our remote also. You can create number of branches on our remote also. Understood, guys? Okay. So this is nothing but a gist branch. So once you created the branch, right? I want to list down all the branches that are in the local repository or in here. So if you add, right, I will show you. So I will show you the creation of the repository branch, right? Yeah. So I want to list down the branches in the local. What is the command? Git branch is the command. Next, git branch -a. What is that, guys? Git branch -a. Git branch means it will see only the local branches. I want to see the remote branches also. I want to see the remote branches also. How you can see it? Git branch -a. -a is nothing but a all. It will list down all the branches. So that is local branches plus remote branches. That's available for the checkout. That's available for the checkout. Is understood? Git branch -d name. What is that? It will forcefully delete the
What is
specified
remote
local branch.
branches?
Sorry?
What is a remote branches?
Yeah. So remote branch is nothing but a. So this is Git DS Git 6. So whenever you create the repository, a default branch is created. What this branch? This is the main branch. What this repository? This is the remote repository. Every remote repository having the remote branches, right? Every local repository having the local branches. Understood? A repository contains a branches. So for example, so you downloaded this DS Git 6. So it's downloaded the repository with the main branch because of the default branch is main branch. You want to create a branch here, you can create it under checkout. You want to switch to that branch, you can switch it, right? And whatever the work you done, right? You done and you can merge that to the main repository or push it to the push it to the remote repository. I will tell you, then you will understand. Okay, Dhananjay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. You will understand. You will understand. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So it will list down all the remote branches and it will list down all the remote branches and the local branches that are available for the checkout. So git branch -a. What is the command, guys? The command is git branch -a. So the next git branch -d name. What is the D, guys? So it will forcefully delete the specified local branch. I don't want the So we already created a branch. I don't want that branch. How you can delete? You can delete by using the git branch -d. I will show you practically. Just I am telling what are the commands. Okay. Yeah. Git checkout. Git checkout is nothing but a git checkout branch name. I want to switch from, you created the branch right here. So I want to switch that branch from main to future 123. How you can switch it? So you can switch it by using git checkout. So it is used to switch between local git branches. What is git stash? It is used to temporarily remove the changes that you made on the working tree. So on the working tree, you want to temporarily remove, you can use the git stash. Git remote. What is that, guys? Git remote. It will give the name of the remote repository. It will give the name of the remote repository, that is a origin or a upstream. What is that? So yesterday we already cloned, right? So that's the reason it will show the origin repository. It will show the origin repository and git remote -v. What is git remote -v? It will give the names as well as the URL of the remote repository. So remote -v, it will show the URL also. You see? So this is the origin and what is the repository URL? This is the repository URL. What is that? This is the repository URL. Guys understood? Yeah. So these are the commands. We can use it in the Git. I will show you each and every command. Just you guys listen this, what this command and how it will work. So how it will work, I will show you. Okay. So how to clone the repository from remote to local, you already know, right? How to clone the repository? How to clone it, guys? How to clone the repository from remote to local? How to clone, guys? How to clone? So from remote repository to dsgit to local dsgit. What is the command? Dhananjay? The command is
Git
git
clone.
clone. What is that? So git clone. What is the command, guys? Git clone is the command. Git clone. Right. Clones the remote, clones the repository. So clones the repository. So from remote to local mission for the first time. So for the first time, what is that? Git clone, git repository URL. What is that? Git clone, git repository URL. Example. What is the example, guys? Git clone. So what is the remote repository URL? So for example, this is the remote repository URL. Okay. So this is the remote repository URL. Copy, paste it. Yes, understood? So this is the example. So now you understood. So next, so what is that? Git pull. What is the command, guys? Git pull. So what is the git pull? What is the git pull? Guys, what is the git pull?
Fetches from the branch.
Yeah, fetches and merges changes from the remote repository to local repository. What is that? So fetches changes from the it will pull the or it will fetch the updated code from the remote branch and merge with the local branch. Merge with the local branch. So for the first time, we need to get that repository into your local. We can use the git clone. So then after you can use the git pull. It will download the updated code only. What is that? Fetches and merges changes. So fetches and merges the changes from the remote remote repository to local repository. Okay. So what is that? Git pull equal to git fetch plus git merge. What is that, guys? So fetches and merges the changes from remote repository to local repository. Okay. Git pull origin. Git pull origin main. What is git pull origin main, guys? What is origin? I already told you, right? So what is it? Origin. Origin is nothing but a remote. Origin is nothing but a origin points to the remote location or a server. Origin points to the remote location or a server. So for the first time, we can use git pull origin main. Okay. What is a origin? What is origin? So what is origin, guys? Origin points to remote location or server. Origin points to remote location or server. Is understood? Yeah. So git remote -v. So what is git remote -v, guys? It will give the information about origin. It will give information about origin. It will give information about origin. Understood? Understood? Yeah. So what is that, guys? Next one is git push. What is that, guys? Git push. Now we understood the git pull and git push. We understood the git pull and git clone. What is git push? What is git push, guys? Pushes the committed changes to the remote repository from local repository. What is that, guys? Pushes the committed changes to the remote repository from local repository. Local repository. Guys, understood? So what is the command, guys? Git push. What is the command? Just git push. Git push origin main or git push. So we can use this command. Guys, understood? So git push, git pull, and git clone. So now you understood the git push, git push, git pull, git clone commands. The remote repository commands, now you understood. So now we want to understood the local repository because of this is the main. So this is the main commands because of you are working on this local repository, right? Yeah. Working on local repository. Working on the local repository. So what is that, guys? Yeah. What are the commands, guys? The commands are git add, git commit, git status, git log. Okay. Git add, git status, git commit, git status, git log. Okay. One second, guys. I'm getting. Okay. What is that? Create some code files in the working directory or working tree. Okay. So how to create, guys? For example, touch is the command abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr.txt. So what is that? So I have created three files. I have created the three files. Then, so these files still are in, these files are in the working directory or working tree. What is that? abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr.txt. These all are the three files you created. So we created three files. So these three files are in the working directory. So working directory means untracked files. Working directory means untracked files. So you can see, check the status of the files. How to check the status of the files? What is the command, guys? Guys, what is the command? Guys, what is the command? Muta
Git status.
git status. Okay. So then commit commit the files to local um, add the files to the staging area. So you can add it, guys. So from untracker to track, git add file name, or the other command is, if you have a multiple files, you can use just git add. If you have multiple files to be, or something like, you have a multiple files. So if you have a multiple files, so you can use a git add. Okay. So again, so status, check the status, guys. So once you check the status, so those are from untracker to tracker now. Now it is in the staging area. So you need to commit the files to local repository. Local repository. What is the command? Git commit -m. What is that? -m is nothing but a commit message. This is the first commit. This is the first commit. Okay. So next again, check the status. Check the status. Okay. And final, see all commits. How you can see the all commits? Git log or git log hyphen one line comment it will show. Okay, it will show the one line comment. So what is hyphen m means? Commit message inside a commit message. Okay, is nothing but a commit message. Guys, now you understood? So how we can add commit how we can add and commit the files to how you can add your code to how you can add our code to local repository. So how you can add it, guys? You can add it through you can add it through here. So yeah, ls. So is anything is there in our repository, local repository? Nothing is there. What you can do? You can you can create a few files. Touch abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr.txt. Okay, now let's check ls. Yeah, we have a abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr.txt. So where these files are in the working directory? How you do know? How do you know? If the git status shows the untracked files, right? Then it will be in the staging area. Git status. You see? So on the branch main, what is the branch? The branch is main. So no commits at untracked files. So what are the untracked files? abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr.txt. So how you can move from untracked to track? So you can use the git add file name or git add dot. If you have a multiple files, you can use git add. It will go from working area to staging area. So working area to staging area. So what is the command? Git add. So if it is a one file, you can use git add abc.txt. So if it is a multiple files, git add dot. Okay. So git status. Yeah. You see. So the files are tracked now. So this is the untracked files. Now you see changes to be committed. Here you files to be added to the staging, then from staging to local area. How you can? So by using the git commit git commit hyphen m. This is a first commit. This is the a first commit. Now you see, so it's committed to your local repository. So it versions to your local repository. So three files changed, zero instructions, zero deletions. What is that? This is the commit ID. This is the commit ID. This is the commit message. This is the commit message. Git status. Git status, you see, nothing to be commit. Your working tree is clean. So now your working tree is our working tree is clean because of these files. These files are moved to local repository. These files are moved to the local repository. Now your working tree is clean. Now your working tree is clean. Git status. So now your working tree is clean. Git log. You see? So it will show the commit ID and author and the email address and the date and the commit message. And the commit message. I don't want to see this big message. I want a short one line format. Git log hyphen hyphen one line. You see, so this is the commit message, commit ID, and this is the commit message. It will show only the one line. If you want to see all, you can use git log. If you want to see all, you can use git log command. Face understood?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Now, yeah. So your files, your data will be in the where it will be. It will be in the local DS Git 6 and the main branch. I want to push the code from local to remote. Local to remote. Now you check. Now you can check it. Is that any files are there? No, nothing. But in our local repository having 3 files. I want to push these 3 files from your local repository to remote repository. How we can push it? So we can push it by using git push
Git push.
horizon main. For the first time, I already told you, right? Sure. Yeah. For the first time, what you can do? So you can use git push horizon main. Let's see. Yeah. So yesterday we created the generated the token, right? So right. So you can sign in with your browser, sign in with your browser or a token. So we already created the token, right? So we can use the token for the pushing. What is that? Yeah, this is the token. You can use this token. Okay. Yeah. Sign in. You see, git push horizon main. So enumerating objects, so 3 objects done. Counting objects 100% 3 by 3 done. So delta compression using up 12 threads. So compressing objects 100%. So waiting objects. And this is the KBs of a files we done. So total 3. So it will be pushed to the GitHub Durgasoft 6 ds git 6.git. So the branch from your local main to remote main. What is this? A local main to remote main. Let's see if the file is pushed to your local to remote. Before your remote repository is empty, but now it is 3 files are added to your remote repository. So what is that? This is the first commit. First commit. This is the commit message. So time 4 minutes ago. So Hari.Ch and this is the first commit and the commit ID. This is the commit ID. So what is the how many branches we have? Main branch. It pushed the code from main to main. Pushed the code from main to main. Guys, understood? Guys,
Yes.
Chaitra, understood, right? Dhananjay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes. So what is git git pull? So git pull is something like, for example, so this is Chaitra. For example, this is Chaitra. Chaitra pushed the code to remote repositories. So pushed the code to remote repository. So for example, the same way Dhananjay also there. Who is that? Sorry if you have your name is incorrect. Dhananjay. So Dhananjay pushed the code xyz.txt. xyz.txt. So in Dhananjay's local having only xyz and Chaitra's local having only abc.txt, mnp.mno.txt, pqr.txt. Right, guys? I want a Dhananjay code into Chaitra's Chaitra's local repository. Chaitra's local repository. Because of Dhananjay already pushed code to the remote repository. In the remote repository now, abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr.txt, and xyz.txt. But abc.txt is, this code is not there in our Dhananjay's and Dhananjay, and this xyz dot txt code is not there in the Chaitra's local repository, right? I want to sync from my remote to local. I want to sync from my remote to local. How we can sync from remote to local, guys? I want to get the updated code. I want to download only the updated code from remote to local. So here also updated code from remote to local. I have already XYZ. What we need abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr.txt. Here Chaitra having abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr.txt. But Chaitra wants XYZ and Dhananjay wants abc, mno, pqr. So what is the command? We need to get that. We need to sync from your remote to local. Guys, what is the command? Only we need to get the updates.
Git pull.
Pull.
Very good. What is the command?
Git pull.
Git pull. So git pull command is what is that? Git pull command is to fetch that, to pull the code and merge it to local. Merge it to local. For example, here, just for example, this code is related to Dhananjay. What is that? xyz.txt. Okay, this is the new file came from Dhananjay. Okay, committed the changes, guys. So you can modify the changes, you can add the file, same whatever we are doing in the local, right? The same way we can do it in the remote also with the GUI. Okay, remember this word. Now in our main having abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr.txt, xyz.txt. But so for example, this is Chaitra's local. What is this? This is Chaitra's local repository. Chaitra, you have only abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr.txt. But who pushed this code? For example, Dhananjay pushed this xyz.txt. Okay. So you want to get it in your local. What is the command? Git pull command.
Pull.
So what is the git pull? Git pull is nothing but a git fetch plus git merge. If you execute the git pull, so it will be two commands will executed. The two commands are git fetch and git merge. Yeah, I will tell you what is git fetch and git merge. Guys, this is the most important command. So while in the interview they are asking what is the difference between git fetch and git pull. So for example, I'm creating another main.tf. Okay, so Terraform main.tf. So this is the infra related changes, for example. Okay, yeah. So you have, now you have, what are the changes? You have abc.txt, mno.txt, pqr, xyz.txt. But in the remote, you have a Terraform also, Terraform main also. I want to get that Terraform main also. So if you use the git fetch, what is the command? Git fetch. So before we use the git pull is nothing but a git fetch first, git fetch plus git merge. Okay, but I am using the git fetch. Yeah, you see. So it is downloaded but not merged. Let's see. Is that file is there? Is that file is there? No. So how we can get that file? git merge main. Okay, so git fetch plus git merge is equal to git pull. It will fetch the code and merge the code also. It will fetch the code and merge the code. If we use the git fetch, immediately we want to use the git merge also. Guys, understood what is the difference between git fetch and git pull?
Yes.
Chaitra and Dhananjay, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very good. So now you understood these changes, local changes: git add, git status, git commit, git pull, git push, git clone. So what these are? Git checkout and git merge. Git checkout and git merge. So yeah. So I already told you, right, guys? So there are other GUI tools also there. What are the GUI? IDE. What are the IDE, guys? You already know, right? IDE is nothing but a integrated development environment, right? So what are the tools, guys? They are using Atom, Eclipse, IntelliJ, VS Code, VS Code. So what is that? So VS Code is the IDE. So how we can develop the code? So through the any one of the IDEs or Notepad or something like Clips or right. So we can use it. So I am using VSC. So what is that? VSC. So Visual Studio Code. This is a Visual Studio Code, guys. What this code is? This code is a Visual Studio Code. Don't say oh. Yeah. So does anyone knows? Chaitra and Dhananjay, do you know what is ID VS Code?
Yes. Sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So you are using so which one? You are a developer or a something like how you are, guys? You are employees or
D-
something like
yeah, I'm working.
you working as a
Data engineer.
okay, very good. Dhananjay, what about you?
I am a technical lead.
Technically.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, data engineers I think might not use the VS Code, right, Chaitra? You are using VS Code, huh?
Yes, I use VS Code.
Okay, you already know, right? VS Code.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys can download VS Code. VS Code is the Microsoft IDE, sir. So who developed Microsoft? So VS Code. So if you go to that VS Code, right, your Visual Studio Code,
Filter ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ
just it.
ಫಿಲ್ಟರ್ದಿದು
Yeah.
ಫಿಲ್ಟರ್
So
ಇಂದ ಈ
Windows.
ಡಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಈಗ ತಣ್ಣೀರ್ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡ
So Chaitra, mute on yourself. Yeah. So you just click it here or something like you can download this one. So VS Code. Okay. Just install. It will install. Okay. VS Code is the IDE, guys. This is the VS Code. Next, close the window. Yeah. This is the close the window. VS Code. Close folder. Yep, guys. So this is the one. So you open, right? It will show it here. So for example, so open folder. So what is our local repository name, guys?
Means digit 6.
DS Git 6, right? Yeah, this is our local repository. This is our local repository. So in which branch you are? So here in the down. So you are in the main branch. Okay. So you see, this is the main branch, local main branch, and this is the origin main branch. This is the local main branch and origin main branch. Okay. Here, I don't want to use the commands. I don't want to use the command line. I can use the GUI. I can use the GUI to add a commit merge. Okay. Here, new terminal. So here, new terminal, and here you need to change it to git bash. Right. Yeah, whatever the commands you executed here, right? The same command, same way, you can execute here also. You can execute here also. And yeah, one advantage in the Windows VS Code. So you are in the Git bash, right? For example, I'm closing this one. Yeah. In the Git bash, if we use the code dot, if we use code dot command, so it will open the VS Code with our directory, the repository. Guys, understood? Yeah, this is the ds-git6, the same files. So this is right in the main branch. Guys, what is the command? The command is code dot. So we don't want to open VS Code and open folder. I don't want to execute that commands. I don't want to execute that way. I want to execute. So one command, that is code dot. It will open the VS Code with the your working directory, your working repository. Guys, understood? Yeah, now this is. Yeah, I want to add the files. I want to modify the code, add the file here also. So for example, I am modifying the code. So what this is abc.txt. Okay, this is the file I modify. Okay, yes. You see, so in the IDE, it's included the version control. It included the source control and version control. So once you click that, it is modified. It is modified. So what you can do, the same. So now the file is in the working directory. You need to add, git status, git commit, git status, git log. Right. The same commands, whatever the commands we are executing here, right? The git add, git commit. The same commands we can execute through GUI with the help of VS Code. So right. So once you click in the source control, so right. If you see abc.txt, what plus is nothing but addition, git add. It will move from now the code is untracked working directory and untracked files. So if you want to track them, you can use if you want to track or if you want to go to the staging, the changes will be in the staging area. You can use just plus command. So now your files are in, if you use here, git starter. You see, this is modified. So you need to commit it. So what is the commit message, right? ABC is modified. ABC is modified. Just commit. Right. You see, guys, nothing to beat commit. Working tree is clean. Git log. Right. So this is the ABC is modified. Your latest commit is ABC is modified. Okay. I want to, the still the changes are in our local main only. I want to push the changes to the remote. What is the command? Git push command, right? I don't want to do git push command. I can use this sync changes. Click the sync changes. This action will pull and push the commits from the origin main. Origin main, right? Now the changes are pushed from your local main to remote main. Now let's check it. The file is modified or not. You see, guys, ABC text is modified 1 minute ago, and the commit message is ABC is modified. Let's see the changes. Yeah, this is a file I modified. Yes, understood? So we can do the same changes through GUI with the help of VS Code or something like Eclipse. So I will show you Eclipse also. Okay, guys, understood?
Yes, sir.
The same branching and merging, we'll do it same like as a Git bash, and we'll do it in this VS Code GUI tool also. I will show you to that part also tomorrow. Okay. So what we should,
Okay.
yeah. So this one completed, and how we can add, commit, push, and pull on VS Code. Guys, understood now how we can add the files to the staging area, git add, git commit, git push, git pull. Understood, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, very good. Branching and merging and merge conflicts and revert the changes. Okay, git revert changes, git stashing, and git resetting. So git cherry pick will show you guys. Git rebase and git cherry pick also will show. Git fork. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So what we are discussing today? So we are discussing today about branching. What is branching? So what is branching? Yeah. Allows you to create a separate working copy of your code with you have to duplicate the project. With you have to duplicate the project. What is that? Allows you to create a separate working copy of your code with you have to duplicate the project. Duplicate the project, right? So for example, here, so here you see, what is the branch? So what is the branch we have? Main branch, right? So if you click the branches, right? So you have only one branch. You want to create another branch. What is branching? Allows you to create a separate working copy of your code with you have a duplicate the project. Duplicate the project, for example, new branch. What is the branch? Future or if you future 1, 2, 3. So whatever the main, whatever the code is there in the main branch, right? The same code will be copied to the new branch. Allows you to create a separate working copy of your code, separate working copy of code with you have a duplicate project. So if you click this here, you see, so how many branches you have? Now you have two branches. One is future branch, other one is main branch. You see, the future branch also having the same code. Allows you to create a separate working copy of your code with you have a duplicate the projects. So right, this is the feature 1, 2, 3. So I want to download the future 1, 2, 3 code. Right? How you can download? You can download it from here. Here you can download it from here. Copy and download. Copy and download. For example, I'm moving it to our Git branch. Git branch. Yes. -a. Git branch -a. It's so you see main branch and only main branch it is not showing. Git pull. Yeah, if you pull the git, it see a new branch 1, 2, 3 is created. Now check git branch -a. Now you see future 1, 2, 3 is created. Future 1, 2, 3 is created. how to, so here, now you understood how to create the branch in, now you understood how to create the branch in
Yes.
a remote repository. How to create the branch in remote repository. Sorry, I'm writing. Okay. So what is branching? Allows you to create a separate working copy of your code with the, you have to duplicate the project. You have to duplicate the project. So now you understood how to create the branch, how to create the branch in the remote repository where GitHub. Okay. Now you understood how to create the branch in the remote repository, right? Yeah. So what is this? Yeah. So git branch name. This command is used to create the new branch in our local Git repository. So I want to create a, now you understood how to create a branch in the remote repository. Now I want to see the branch in the local repository. How you can see it? So git branch. So we already executed the command, right? Git branch. So if you execute the git branch command, git branch. Where we executed? Git branch hyphen a. So if you use the git branch, it will list the only the local branches. So git branch hyphen a, it will list the remote branches as well as local branches as well as remote branches also. As well as remote branches also. So we can use a code dot. What is that? So code dot. So in the code dot, yeah, in the code dot, you see. So you are in the which branch? Main branch. You are in the which branch? Here also. You can execute the commands. You can execute the commands. Git branch. It will list only git branch hyphen a. It will list only local branches. It will list local and remote branches. So you are in the which branch? Here it is showing git main. If you click here, it will show the you see future branch and future 1 to 3 and origin main, right? It will show here also. So if you want to create a new branch, here also we can create the new branch. Yes. Okay, I will show you here and I will show you here also how you can create the branches. Okay. Yeah, the commands. So it will list down the local branches that you have created. It will list down the grid branch hyphen a. It will list down the all the branches, that is local branches, remote branches that are available for the checkout. Okay, git branch hyphen d name. So what is that? If you want to create a branch, so to see the list of the branches, list down the all the local branches, you can use git branch and git branch hyphen a. So you want to create a branch. How you can create the branch? This command is used to create the new branch in our local Git repository. What is that? What is the command? To see the list of So what is that? To see the list of branches, right? Git branch. What is that? Git branch and git branch hyphen a. Git branch. Okay. So to see the list of local branches. So what is the command? What is the command? Dhananjay, git just
Git
branch.
branch.
Yeah. Next, to see the list of local and remote branches. What is the command?
Git branch hyphen a.
Very good. Git branch hyphen. Yeah. Then to see the list of local branches and remote branches. So we'll use the git branch hyphen a. Sir, నేను కాల్ చేస్తాను. Okay, to see the list of local branches and remote branches. Next, to create a branch. To create a branch, how you can create the branch? Git branch name. What is the command? Git branch name. Okay, so yeah, so what is that? So git branch hyphen a. So git branch hyphen d, I will tell you later. Git checkout. So what is the git checkout, guys? So what is a git checkout? What is a git checkout? Git checkout is nothing but a, so it is used to switch between local git branches. What is that? It is used to switch between local git branches. What is that command? So if you want to switch from one branch to another branch, what is that? It is used to switch from one branch to another branch. Switch between from one branch to another branch. What is the command, guys? Git checkout branch name. Git checkout branch name. Right. Next, so if you want to switch from one branch to another branch, so if you want, it is used to switch from one branch to another branch, and to create a branch and also switch to that branch. So I'm using this branch. This is the for creating the branch and switching the branch by using these two commands. I want to create a branch and we can switch automatically. So using one command. What is that? To create a branch and also switch switch to that switch to that newly created branch. What is the command? The command is git checkout hyphen b branch name. What is that? Git checkout hyphen b branch name. To create a branch and also switch to that newly created branch, you can use git checkout hyphen b branch name. So here to create a branch, you can use this command and switch the branch. So for this command, it will not switch automatically. It will not switch automatically. If you want to switch the branch, git checkout branch name. So I want to create a branch and also switch to that newly created branch. We have to use only one command instead of these two commands. Instead of these two commands. Understood? So today we are discussing about the branching. So branching is allows you to create a separate working copy of your code with you have a duplicate the project, right? So now you understood how to create a branch in the remote repository. You don't understand, right? Or you just joined, right? What is that? So here, so you see, so future 1, 2, 3. For example, I will show you. So another. So this is the, yeah. So main branch. So I'm clicking to the branches. So we have a 2 branches now. What is that? So default branch is main branch, and the other your branches are 1, 2, 3. So I'm trying to create a new branch here. What is the branch name? So for example, this is bug 1, 2, 3 or 2, 4, 5. What is this? The branch name is bug 245. So the branch is created from the main branch. So whatever the main branch, the code is, right, the same code will be copied to the bug 245. Create a new branch. Okay. Now click here. Yeah. So you see, so how many branches we have? 3 branches we have. So you can able to create the branch, a new branch in the new branch in the Git repository also. For example, so you downloaded or you cloned something, like you are working on the something, right? So you can create the branch from here also, and you can clone that branch from that branch to the remote to local also. That branch from remote to local also. Okay. Or else you can create the branch. You can create the branch here, and so you already cloned the branch. Okay. So you already yesterday cloned the branch, git branch. What is the git branch? Git branch, it will show only the local branches. Git branch hyphen a, it will show the remote branches also. So here only future 1, 2, 3 main is showing. Only two remote repositories are showing. But we created another remote repository, another remote branch, sorry, another remote branch. That branch is bug 245. But
Okay.
is it showing here? You see
No.
here also. Here also it is showing git branch hyphen a. You see here it is not showing. Here also you can check. If you click the main, this is our branch now. So it is showing only future 1, 2, 3 and main 1, 2, 3. Right? So for example, if you execute the git pull, if you execute the command git pull means, so whatever the updated code or update, whatever it the updated, right, it will sync to the local repository. Git pull, you see. So from this branch, a new branch is created. That branch is bug 245 and the origin bug 245. Okay. Now git branch. So main git branch hyphen a. You see, now bug 245 came, right? Now it's synced to the remote repository, right? So if you click here, it will see the bug 245 here. Bug 245 here. Now you understood how to create the remote repository, how to create the branch in the remote repository, right? You can create the remote repository. Now how to create the branch in the local repository and how to push that branch to the remote repository. Remote repository. I will show you. Okay. Yeah. So what are the branches we have? So we have bug, future, main. So we have 3 branches. So I am creating a new branch in the, I'm creating a new branch. Control L is nothing but a clear the screen. Okay. New branch in the local branch. New branch, we are creating the branch from main branch. So how you can create the main branch, a local branch from the main branch? What is that? So to see the list of local branches, git branch hyphen a. To see the list of local and remote branches, git remote hyphen a. To create a branch, git branch name. What is that command?
Git branch name.
Git branch name. So what we can take? SR 1, 2, 3. So SR 1, 2, 3 is nothing but we are working on the service request. Okay. For example. Yeah. So is it branch created or not? How you can check it if the branch is created or not? What is the
Git
command?
branch.
Very good. Git branch. Is it created? Yes. SR123 is showing, right? You can see here, the main is highlighting with the green and the star, right? So in which branch you are? In which branch you are? Main branch. So that's the reason it is showing star and blue. Now I want to switch the branch from here to main to SR123. How we can switch it? What is the command?
Git checkout.
Git checkout, very good. SR123 branch name. Git checkout branch name. What is that? Git checkout is it? It is used to switch from one branch to another branch. Git checkout branch name. Okay. What is that? Switch it to branch 123. Right. So I don't want to, for example, again, Git checkout. Now you see Git branch. Now you are in which branch?
SR123.
Yeah. The star and the green symbol is showing with the SR123. Before SR123 is showing main, normal, and the main is green and the star. Now you understood? So now you are in the which branch? It is showing here, but it will show here also. So I want to switch from SR123 to main. What is the command? Git checkout. So git checkout main. If you want to switch from one branch to another branch, you can use the git checkout. Okay. So now I am creating a branch. So in with single command, I want to create a branch and I want to switch to that branch. What is the command? Git checkout -b branch name Jira 123. You see the git checkout -b Jira 123 switch it to a new branch 123 because of you -b is nothing but a creating a branch. So checkout is nothing but a checkout to Jira 123. So in one command, it will create the branch and it will switch the branch. But here, git checkout, git branch, git branch name, git checkout. So within one command, we can create the branch and check out the branch. Understood, guys? Yeah. Now we are in the which branch? Jira 123. Jira 123 branch. Here you see. So whatever the branch you are working, right? It is showing it in the Jira 123. Right. If you want to switch, you can click here and it will switch to these branches. Okay. Yeah. Now I want to create a branch from VS Code also. I create a new branch. Branch name. Branch name is service now 123. You see where you are? Now you are in the service now 123. Git branch. You see? So it switched from service now 123. So you can create the branch here also. If you click it, it will create a new branch. Okay. And you can create it here also. So you can create it here also. Guys, understood? For example, now you are in the service now 123. Okay. Service now 123. Service now 123. So what you can do? You can write the code here again. But you see, git git branch hyphen a git branch hyphen a. You see, so it is showing only service now in the local, but service now is not in the remote. Service now not in the remote. But you have to add some files. Yeah, first I will show you that. So then you will understand. Yeah, I'm switching to Git. You can switch from here also, guys. Or else Git checkout. Git checkout bug 123. Okay. Git branch. Yeah. Now you are in the bug 123. Now you are in the bug 123. You are adding a file. What is that? Sorry guys, we are adding a file. The new file is bug.txt. For example, bug.txt. You added a file bug.txt. Then once you added, right, it will show in the version control. It is showing something like a pending changes. One pending changes. Click here. You see bug 123 means it is adding git add. Then so here fixing the bug, for example. Okay, here if you check, if you commit it, it will commit it, then it will publish the file. So in with one command, I want to commit and push. You can use the commit and push. Once you click it, right, it will commit the file to local and push it to the remote. Push it to the remote. Okay. Yeah. Now let's check it in the, yeah. So you are in the which branch? You are in the which branch? So you are in the bug 123 branch. So if you click it bug 245, you see what file is added? The file bug.txt is added. Right. I want to merge the code from, so here bug -123 to main. Okay. What this is? This is the branch. What this is? This is the branch, and so this is also a branch. Okay, so this is also a branch contains the code, and so here we have an extra code called as a bug.txt. Bug.txt, but here so we have only the code, whatever the newly added code want to push to or want to merge to. So merge or pull request. The name call it as a pull request, means merge the code. Okay, merge the code. A pull request, we can create a pull request from here to here. So we can create a pull request from here to here. So while doing the pull request, we need a reviewer approval. Who approvals, guys? Okay, so here we have a code, you have added a code. So you want to push that code to the main branch. You have code push it to that branch. From this branch to bug 123 branch to main branch. So we need to create a pull request. What is that? In GitHub, we call it as a pull request. Pull request is nothing but so send the code from here to here. Merge. We call it as a merge. Sending is nothing but merging the code from this branch to this branch. But the code is correct or not, right? We need to review. So who will review? The lead or manager will review the code. Who will review, guys? Guys, who will review? Lead or manager? Yeah. Lead or manager will review the code and approve the code and merge the code. So then it will go from here to here. Now you understood?
Yes.
What is that? That is nothing but a git merging. What this is? This is nothing but a git merging. So now you understood. It is pushed to the remote. So we already pushed, right? We pushed from local to remote. So local to remote. Now I want to push this code. I want to merge this code from bug 245 to main branch. Because of your production code will be synced with the main branch. That is the reason we want to merge it from bug 123 to remote branch. How you can merge it? So you can create a pull request. Okay. So we can create the pull request. Guys, understood? So that is nothing but a Git merging. Yeah. Now you understood the branching strategy, right, guys? Now understood branching?
Yes, sir.
Guys, understood?
Yes, sir.
So now Git merging. What is that? Merging is nothing but a, what is Git merging? So allow you to merge branches together. What is that? Allow you to merge branches together. Branches together means local bug 1 2 3 to local main and remote bug 1 2 3 to remote main. Yes, understood? So local bug 1 2 3 to local main and a remote bug 1 2 3 to remote main. So we are merging this code from remote to remote, local to local. So to merge a branch. So how to merge the branch, guys? To merge a local branch main. Okay, local branch main. You can git merge bug 1 2 3. So it is merged from your local feature 1 2 3 to local your bug 1 2 3 to main and your remote and your so remote your bug remote bug 245 to main. Okay, I will show you in the remote how you can create the compare and create a pull request. It will show you, or else you can create from this button pull request. What is pull request? Pull request is nothing but allow you to merge the branches together. Okay, new pull request compare main. What is that? Bug 245. From bug 245 to compare is nothing but a bug 245 and base equal to main. Base equal to main. What is that? Fixing the bug. And what is the what we are adding? We are adding a one file bug.txt into the main. Okay. Create a pull request. Create a pull request. So create a pull request. Yeah, you created the pull request. Who is the assignee? Assignee is yourself, for example. Who is the reviewer? So reviewer is nothing but your manager. Reviewer is nothing but your manager. So okay, once you create the pull request, it will go to the reviewer, and you can ask to check the your manager and approve the code from where bug to main. It will go to main branch. Whatever the code, new code, right, will merge to the main branch. Okay. So for example, so your manager opened this your manager and so review the changes. So he will review the changes. So click the review the changes and submit the file, right? Mm, I can do. So this is not a code, right? Empty code comment. Yeah. So click the comment. Please add the if logic instead of for loop. So for example, we start the review. Okay. So then again ask to the Hari. For example, Chaitra. I am the reviewer. I am the reviewer of the Chaitra and Dhananjay. I am asking to check the code and modify the code. Again, I opened the code I opened the code and what is that bug 245. So in the bug 245, I'm adding a for loop. For loop I equal to 0, I less than 10 now, I plus plus. Okay, this is the code I added. So I added. You see, so this is nothing but I need to add that so add the code and modified the code with for loop. For example, guys. So here you see. So if you want to use the commit, or you can use the commit with push. Okay, now let's check it. Refresh. You see, he added the code. Then reviewed the changes. Okay. So then resolve the conversation. Yeah. So your conversation is resolved. Now the code looks good. Then your manager will merge this code to. You see, now it is in the merged. Now it is in the merged. If you click the pull request, you see. So 0 opened, 1 closed. What is that 1? So 1 is for hours. What is this? So this is hours. So your manager is reviewed and asked for some new code, and you already modified that code and again pushed that code. Then he okay with that code and he approved the code. He approved the code. Now let's see the code is in the main file. See what is that? Bug 123 modified the code with for loop. You see. I understood the merging strategies. Merging.
Yes, sir.
Yes, right. Yeah, very good. Yeah. So if you go to the pull request, okay, closed one. Yeah. So what is that? So if you click it, fixing the bug, then yeah, you see. So delete the branch. So I don't want the pull request successfully merged and closed. So you all are set. The bug 1245 branch can be safely deleted. Yeah, I want to delete that branch because of multiple people are creating the branches and merging, right? So once the merge is completed, so everything looks good. Just delete the branch. Delete the branch. Now you understood how to delete the branch, right? How to delete the branch in the local. I will tell you. Now you understood how to merge it la local. I will show you guys, no worries. To delete the branch that is merged. What is the command? The command is git branch -d branch name. Branch name. So this is also called as a soft branch delete. What is that? Soft delete. To delete a branch that is not merged. Okay. So what is that? Git branch -capital D branch name -capital D branch name. This is also known as Add delete. Add delete. So for example, bug 1, 2, 3, 4. So here I will show you the local changes. Okay. Now git ls. So what is the branch? What is the code? Is there? There is a code called as a, what is that, guys? Bug.txt. Okay. So this bug.txt git checkout git urls git checkout main. So switch it to branch ls. Here you see, is there any bug.txt? Guys, in the main branch, in our local main branch, is bug.txt is there?
No.
No. I want to merge in the local. How you can merge it, guys, in the local? Now you understood how to merge it in the remote. How to merge it in the, so to merge the local branch from main. So from bug 1 to 3, if you want, go to that main and merge git merge 1 to 3. Git merge bug 245. I want to merge bug 245 into main. What is the command? Git merge bug 245. You see, one file is added to main ls. So now you see bug.txt is there. Now you understood how to merge the local to local and how to merge the remote to remote. Guys, understood? Local to main, remote to main. Guys, understood? Local, you can use the get bug 245. Understood? So if you want to delete the branch that is merged, in GUI you already showed, right? So git branch -d bug 245. Now git branch. Is that branch bug 245 is there or deleted? Guys,
Yes, sir. Soft deleted.
this is the soft delete. So yeah. So I want to switch to git checkout. Git checkout Jira 1, 2, 3. Git checkout Jira 1, 2, 3. ls. So nothing is there, right? Nothing is there. Something like ABCMNO, right? So here you see, is there any code is there? Nothing is there. I'm adding a code called as a Jira dot txt. What is that, guys? Jira dot txt I'm added. You see again. So this is adding and Jira code added. So you see, commit and push. Commit and push means it will commit the code and push it to the remote branch. Which branch this is? This is the remote branch. Now you see, yeah. Now it is push it to remote branch. Now I am going to remote branch. What is that? Yeah, you see, Jira. So go to the DS Git 6 branches. How many branches you have? Jira 1, 2, 3. Jira 1, 2, 3. Jira 1, 2, 3 having the Jira.txt, but main doesn't have that Jira.1, 2, 3. For example, this MR is wrong. This So yeah, you push that code, right? You can create the MR. You can merge the code. You can merge the code same future 1232 main. Future 1232 main. Directly it is showing, right? Compare and create a pull request. Pull request is nothing but a merge request. Okay. So Jira 1232 main. So create a pull request. Yeah, created the pull request. Okay. So created the pull request. So something like it was missed to add something. So I don't want this pull request. I want to delete this pull request. Do this, delete the branch. So you created a pull request. I want to close the pull request. Close the pull request. Okay. And delete the branch. Delete the branch. Guys, understood? So you deleted the, you deleted the merge request, that closed the merge request and deleted the branch also. Deleted the branch also. Guys, understood? Here you see, close two. What are those? So one is cancelled, one is merged, one is closed, one is closed. Okay, this branch is deleted. That's the reason you are unable to open it. You understood? Yeah, here also. So this is the branch, right? Git branch hyphen capital D Jira hyphen 123. So yeah, Git checkout main. Cannot delete the branch Jira 123 used by the work tree at user kit 6. You know, here it is showing.
We are currently in Jira 1.
Git checkout is not a Git command. Okay, sorry. You see, it is deleted, hard deleted. It is hard deleted. Guys, now you understood? Now understood
Yeah.
the merge request. How to create the merge? Merge is nothing but a pull request. How to create the pull request? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So now I want to create a branch. Now I want to create the branch. Git branch name. Git checkout. Git checkout icon be branch name. What is that? Status 546. What is that? So now you are in the status 546. This status 546 is there in the remote branch or not, guys? So here how many branches we have? We have only main and future 1, 2, 3. But that status 456 branch is not there in the remote repository. But we created the branch in the local repository. How to create the branch? Oh yeah, branch and switch it to the branch. So now we are in the 456 branch. Git branch hyphen a. Right. So there is no git pull. Git remove hyphen v. Yeah, more or less. Git Git branch hyphen a. Okay, it is not showing. It is not Git push. I want to push the code, right? Here it is not showing. Okay, still we are in the what is that status 456? That status 456 is not there in the remote branch. Not there in the remote branch. So here 456. I'm creating a status dot txt file. Okay, so I added that status dot txt file. Again, you can go to the here and add stage and commit status and push commit and push. Okay, I want to show that, right? Yeah. So status 45 had recent pushes to 2 seconds ago. Now you see the branches. How many branches we have? Status branch also. So that status branch is not there in the remote repository. Even though if you push that right, it will automatically create the remote. It will automatically create the remote branch and push the code from local status 456 to remote status 456. Is understood? You understood? So yeah, the status 456 had recent pushes. Compare and create the pull request. Okay. So we are merging from status to main. So create a pull request. Again, something like a reviewer changes. You already know, right? So that is then. So we are merging the pull request. Merge the pull request. Okay. Yeah, it's merged. What is that? It's merged the pull request. Yeah, whatever we sent from your local branch as that future branch to the main branch. So after pushing to the main, so that code is not working. For example, so they are again created the merge request from main to production. Main to production. So after merging that, right? So the production environment is not working. So we need to revert the changes. What is that? Merging. First thing is merging. Second thing is revert. What is that? Merging is nothing but a new code will push from main to production, and whatever the code from whatever we are reverting that code from production to main because of whatever the code new code, right? So I need a original code because of after merging my production is not working. I want to revert the code. Revert means back the code to main and back the code to bug. How you can create? You can create the revert mr. So revert mr. So what is revert mr? So revert mr is nothing but it will back the code to code from that branch. From that branch. So the old code will be available. What is that? The new code will be reverted and the old code will be available. So that is nothing but a revert. This is nothing but a merging. So again for this two, we need to create a pull request. What is that, guys? So for this also we need to create the pull request. So for this also we need to create the pull request. Guys, understood?
Yes, sir.
Request. So here also want to create the pull request. So for merging also we are creating the pull request. For reverting also we need to create the pull request. So how to revert the changes to the main? How to revert the changes from main to bug? Okay. So how to revert? So the changes, what the change you added? status.txt. I want to remove this file. How you can remove? You can remove by using revert. What is the option? Revert. You see? So revert. Okay. Status, revert status. Create a pull request. What it will be reverting? You see in the files changed. So plus is nothing but a adding, and red is nothing but a deleting. Red is nothing but a deleting the changes. Okay. So now you see, main having the status.txt. I am reverting these changes. I'm reverting these changes by using this mr merge request, confirm merge. Now you see merged, right? So before it is status dot, now it's merged to yeah. So now you see, so status is there. I'm refreshing the code. Now it is reverted the changes. Now the status is reverted. Yes, now you understood? Git merge, git revert, git merge, git revert. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right? So yeah, very good. So bug.txt. What bug.txt? File, or else I am modifying. You can modify here also. You can modify the here also. Just click it, edit file. So for example, a equal to 100. Okay, commit the changes. Commit the changes. Okay, and what this is main. Future or future 123. So future 123, it's deleted, right? That's the reason. Status 456. A bug equal to here also. I'm modifying the code. B equal to 200 here. What is this? Status bug equal B equal to 200. In the main bug A equal to status A equal to 200. Okay. Here A equal to 200, there A equal to 100. Now let's see what will happen. So you are trying to create a pull request from new pull request from status 4562 main. Okay. So it is changing. It is removing from this to this create a pull request. Create. So what it is showing, guys? Guys, what this is? So when you are trying to create a pull request, it is showing the merge conflict. And once you resolve the merge conflict, then only we can merge it. What is that, guys? Merge conflict. Resolve the conflict. Once you click it here, right? Yeah. We need a equal to 200 or A equal to 100. For example, I am using A equal to 100, equal to 200. Then mark as a result, confirm the match. Now you see no conflict with the base branch. Create a match request. Confirm the match. Guys, understood? So branching, Git reverting also is discussed, right? So how to revert the changes? So in the GitHub account, go to the pull request and open the latest closed one. Then click revert button. That changes will be reverted to the main. Understood? That will be
Yes.
reverted. Yes, now you understood. So what we discussed? Git merging, Git branching, Git revert, Git conflict. Guys, understood? So we discussed about the branching, right? Merging, revert, conflict, Git conflict, Git revert, Git merging, Git branching. Guys, understood?
Yes,
Guys,
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
yes. Yeah. You guys watch the recording again and again. You will understand, guys. Okay. So this is the real-time scenario. So, while merging the code, I think Chaitra, you are using Git. So are you using Git? So who are
Yes,
using
sir.
Git?
Yes,
So
I
good.
use it.
Did you get the Git merge conflicts? Did you done
Yes,
the
sir.
revert? Git
No,
revert?
revert I have not done.
I have not done. So this is the way we are doing the reverting. Git conflicting. So for example, what is the conflicting? So you are for example, in our case, in the real time, so something like the image version, container image version 1.0 is there. Again, you are pushing 1.0. Again, you are pushing 1.0 or something like a container image. You created a 2 MRs. You created a 2 MRs. So one is container image 2.0. What is this? So this is the 1 MR you are creating. And again, you have created another MR from container image 1.0 to container image 3.0. Now, so when you try to merge this one, when you try to merge this MR or when you try to merge this MR, so it will show the Git conflict because of, so when you click it, right, already another container image is pushed. So here you are getting the merge conflicts. What is that, guys? Here you are getting the merge conflicts. Here you are getting the merge conflict. Same also you are getting the merge conflict. What you can do, so we can open the file, the same like as we edited that file, right? So for that file, so it will ask hours or dates. We can use hours. We can use, so hours means latest one. We can push the latest one. Then you can merge the, it will. So if you have a merge conflict, it will not merge the MR. If you have a merge conflict, it will not merge the MRs because of need to resolve the merge conflict. Then only we can merge the MRs. Merge the MRs. Guys, understood? Guys.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. So how you can create a local repository in your local and how to initialize that repository as a local Git repository and how to link between local repository to remote repository. And so we'll show you Git rebase, Git fork, Git revert we already did, Git resetting. So Git resetting and Git revert and Git fork, Git rebase. You guys
Okay.
watch the recording. You guys
Okay.
watch the
Okay.
recording again and again. This is the commands we are executing daily in our real-time environment. So creating the merge request, resolving the conflict. Whenever your reviewer asking to modify the code, go to that code again, push to that code to the remote, then you can ask to the review again. Once they are okay with resolved the review, then he will merge the code. So this is the process and our real time is doing. So we discussed about the Git conflict, right? Merge
Yes.
conflicts, merging, revert, right? Branching also we discussed,
Yes.
right? Yeah. So today what we will discuss. So we'll discuss about the revert we already know how to revert the changes we already know, right? So today we'll discuss about the Git pull and Git fetch we already discussed. Yeah. Git stashing. So what is stashing? So something like so to stash or move back files from the staging area to working directory, we can use the Git stash. Okay. We can. So for example, you moved this index.html and home page.py to the staging area. I want to revert from staging area to working directory. So what is the command? Git stash. The command is git stash. So we want to revert from staging to working directory. So we want to revert from changes to, staging area to working directory. So we can use the git stash. Stash or move back files from staging area to working area. To stash all files present in staging area to tracker section, you can use git stash -u. Okay. So to see the list of stashes, you can use the git stash list. To stash latest stash, you can use unstash. So for example, stash, right? That files are from go back to the staging area to untracked section. I want to track again. I want to staging again. Whatever the list of stages we done in the last latest stash, you can use git stash pop. What is the command? Yeah, I will show you. What is that? Git stash. So for example, I'm adding another file. The file name is stash.txt. What is the file name? So file name is stash.txt. So that is in the status 456. So that files are in now untracked section. Git status. So what is git status? So something like this file is in untracked file. Now the untracked file, so we can move from untracked to track is nothing but a staging area. How we can move? Git,
Git add.
yes, very good. Git add dot or git add stash dot txt. Okay, git status. What is that? The file is in the staging area. The file is in the staging area. I want to move back from staging area to working directory. Now the file is in. Now the file is. Now the file is in staging area, right? We did the git add. So now we want to revert from staging area to working directory. Now, so we want to revert from staging area to working directory. So what is the command? Git stash. What is the command? Git stash. Git status. Now you see, you see. So nothing commit. Working tree is clean. So before it is, what is that? So before it is, we need to commit the changes. We need to commit the changes. Once we stash, right? It go back from staging area to working directory. Staging area to working directory, right? Git. So I want to revert back that stash. So to see the list of stashes, git stash list. What is that? Git stash list. So what is that? So there is a one status So this is the commit this stash. So I want to revert back this stash. So what is the command? Git stash pop. So untracked again, untracked to git stash pop. You see, so this is a new file. It is in the staging area. Now reverted back to the staging area. Understood? Very good. So this is nothing but a git stashing. So git cloning you already know, right? Yeah. So create a new repository. Create a create a new repository on the command line and sync with the remote repository. So we'll discuss this one. So create a new folder or a directory in the local machine. How you can create a new folder? So for example, I want to create a new folder, right? So where your pwd, so ls git or mkdir, I want to create a I want to create a file, call it as a ds Durgasoft test test. I want to create a ds git 6 guys. So this is the directory. So we are creating a directory called as a ds test 6, right? So we created that directory, but this directory is a this directory is a repository or a normal directory. So I want to create a new repository on the command line with sync with the remote repository. So create a new folder directory ds git 6 test 6 we created in the local machine. So something like, what is that? ds git 6. So create a new empty local repository. How you can create a new local empty repository? How to create a new empty local repository? So by using git init command. What is the command, Dhananjay?
Git init. Git
Yes,
init.
very good. Yeah. So it will initialize the a dot git folder is created and it contains a configuration file. So now this is a empty repository. Sorry, this is a normal directory. I want to initialize this as a lo- local git repository. How you can do it? You can use git init command. Okay. So you see now it is this is a local repository. How you see? So there is a dot git folder is there. What is there? A dot git folder is there. In the dot git file, all the configuration files are there in the dot git folder. Okay. So these all are the configuration files. So when you initialize the git init, it will initialize a empty git repository, empty git repository, because of this is the dot git. If you initialize the git init, it will create a dot git. So that's the reason it is showing as a local repository. Local repository. For example, guys. So ls-la. So what are there? So there is a .git folder. I am trying to remove .git folder. rm-rf dot git. Okay. Now you see. Now you see ls-la. Say it's a empty repository. It's a empty directory now because of a .git. So folder is deleted. So if you initialize the .git, right? The git related all the configuration files will be available under the .git. All the configuration files will be available under the .git. So we remove the .git, then it will be a normal directory. If it is a git, if it is a .git, the .git contains the all the git configuration files. So that's the reason this is the local repository. So now we removed the .git, then it is a normal directory. Now I want to again initialize this as a git local repository. What is the command? Git init command. So once you executed that git init, it is initialized a empty git repository. Okay. Now you see, so this is the ds text 6. Okay, so what you can do, you can create a repository. You can create a repository. The repository So what is the repository is there? DS Git 6 repository is there. Now I want to create a new repository. I want to create a new repository. The repository name is, so what is your local repository name? The local repository name is DS test 6. What is that? DS text 6. So I am creating a remote repository. The repository call it as a DS test 6. What is that? DS test 6. Now you see, so this is the DS text 6. So you want to create a new repository on the command line. How you can create, for example, so you created a repository called as a DS test 6, then git init, and so something like I want to change the branch name. How you can change it? You can change the branch name by using branch-m main. So what is the command? So the command is git branch name. So when you initialize the local git repository, so the branch name is master, but the master branch name is older branch name. What is that? So rename the local branch master. If you want to change from master to main or a future 1 2 3 3, future 2 2 3. So branch git branch hyphen capital M up capital hyphen M is nothing but to change the branch name. So it will rename the master to main. What is that? Hyphen M is nothing but capital M is nothing but to rename the branch. To rename the branch. Okay. So we want to sync with remote as well as a local. So our remote branch is main branch, but our local branch is master branch, right? So when you link up to So when you create a link between local repository to remote repository, local repository, a default branch contains master, but the remote repository contains the main. But both are different, right? We need to rename the master branch to main branch. How you can use, how you can do? You can do by using git branch hyphen m main. What is the command? Git branch hyphen m, git branch capital hyphen m. What is that? Main. So we are renaming this from master branch to main branch. Now you see, so it is changed. But how you can check the, so this local repository is as a link is the local repository is a link between remote repository. Git remote hyphen v. So is there any link between this DS Git 6 and remote Git 6? No, right? So we need to create a link between the remote to local to remote. What is the command? Git remote add origin. What is that? Git remote add origin. So your repository name. What is that? Git remote. What is the command? Git remote add. So remote add is nothing but to adding the your git repository URL, remote repository URL to local, link up with the local to remote. Now let's see git remote hyphen v. So you see, before if you execute the git remote hyphen v, there is no link between the local to remote. But how you can link between the create a new repository on the command line and link and command line and sync with the remote repository. How you can sync with the remote repository? So for example, create a link between local repository and remote repository. So before link between the remote repository URL, need to create a repository on the GitHub remote repository. Yeah, we created the remote repository. Okay. So then click on the new repo. So created. So DS Git 6 is created. Run the below command from the local machine. Git remote add. You are adding a remote repository URL to your local repository. Okay. Send code from local repository to remote repository. How you can send? Git push hyphen new origin main. So let's see. I want to add some files. Right. I want to add some files in the some files here. So what is that you can use? code dot also, it will open the VS Code, right? It will open the VS Code. Understood? So we already added a dsgit 6, but in the dsgit 6, there is no files. I'm creating a abc.txt here, and I'm adding another file mno.mnp.txt. Okay, pqr.txt. Okay, these are the three files you added. You added on the repository. Which repository? Main repository. Okay, so on the which repository? ds test 6. Okay, so we need to add, right? So here these are the three files are three files need to add it to the staging area. So what is the command in that terminal? So we need to add all the files in one command. Dhananjay? Sorry. What is the command? Do you know?
Yes, sir. Add dot. Git
Yes,
add
very good.
dot.
Yeah. So the same way. So here you see, right? So the changes. How many changes we have? Three changes. So we can click plus 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 three, or we can click directly changes. It will add it to the. If you see, it will add it to three changes to the staging area. Stage all changes, right? So you can use git add file name or something like a git add dot. This is nothing but a git add dot. It will add all the files. Okay, so then you see if you use the commit, it will commit under. So I will show you this time. Git commit. Okay, so it's still changing. Huh? Yeah, for the first time, what we need to do? So git push origin. What is the command? Git push git push hyphen u origin main. Okay, the for the first time you can remember this one. So next time onwards, what is that? Next time onwards, you can use the below command git push. You can use the below command git push. Understood? Yeah, we need to add the git. So I forgot to add the git commit message. That's the reason it is showing. So I will do git bash, git stash, git stash. You do not have this initial committed. So yeah. Now you see because of the commit message is not added. That's the reason. So publish branch. So now you are pushing. So the command is git push hyphen u origin main. This is action is performing now the git push origin main. Now let's see before nothing is there in the ds test 6. Now if you refresh it, so how many files we added in the local? Dhananjay?
Save file.
Yeah, three files. So we created a directory, and we initialize that directory as a remote so local repository. Then we created a link between from local repository to remote repository. Link between remote repository to local repository. Now you understood?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is nothing but a link between, create a link between local repository and a remote repository. So git rebase. So what is git rebase is nothing but, yeah, first I will tell you this. So what is a git rebase? This is called as a fast forward merge. This is also one type of git merge. Understood? So this is also one type of git merge where the commits coming from the branch are projected as the topmost commits on the master branch. Okay. For example, I will tell you. So create a few commits on the master branch. What are the commits? A, B. So A, B and git checkout hyphen B text. So we created a branch. We created a branch from the main. We created a branch from the main, and we added the files. We committed the files C and D. Now text branch having CD commits, and the main branch having the AB commits. AB commits, right? So go back to the master and create a few more commits. What are those? EF. Now master branch contains how many commits? AB and EF. AB and EF. These commits are a non-linear commits. What is that? So these commits are non-linear commits. I want to, what is that? Now if you see branch master having, what are the commits? A, B, E, F. And test branch, this is, so this is main branch having A, B, E, F. Text branch having C, D. Okay. So if I merge the code, so if I merge the code from so you can get merge test, right? So if you check out the master, now you are in the master, not master main. So this is also main. So I want to merge the code from text branch to main branch. So what it will show the commits A, B, A, B, E, F, C, D, right? But I need a linear format. So what is that format? So linear format is nothing but A, B, C, D, E, F, right? So I wanted this linear format. Who will do this? This will do the rebase, Git rebase. What is that? So if you want a linear commit, you can use the Git rebase. Understood? Dhananjay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how you can do that? Git checkout test. First, you need to go to the test. So what command you need to run? Git rebase main. So you are in the test branch and you are running a Git rebase main. So then you can go to the Git checkout main. Then Git merge test. You are merging a test into main. So that is nothing but so it will get a linear commits. It will get the linear commits. Understood? So this is nothing but a rebase. Rebase also same merger, but what it contains, it will create a linear commits. It will create a linear commits. A, B, C, D, E, F. Now the commits are a linear format. But here there is no linear format here, right? Okay, this is nothing but a rebase. So how to add Git projects in the VS Code? We already discussed about the VS Code. How to add Git projects in the Eclipse? So how to create a GitHub repository? How to clone the repository to Eclipse? How to add Eclipse project to the GitHub repository? How to commit, push, pull the changes? Create a GitHub account and sign in. Okay. Start project, create a repository, start Eclipse, go to perspective and Git repository, click add repo. So here it will be very simple. Okay, in the Eclipse. So this is nothing but a Eclipse. So what is this Git fork? What is a Git fork, guys? So here, so this is the, what is the, so what is your repository name, remote repository name? DS test 6. Now, so what is the remote repository name? The remote repository name is DS Git 6, right? This is your remote repository name. For example, so you are the, So you are the Dhananjay is the user. You cloned, so you don't have a permission to, you don't have a permission to clone the repository and create a merge request. What is that? Merge the merge request. Merge request. So you don't have a permission to create the merge request. How you do that? Something like pull request. So from new pull request. So from your branch, you bring your branch to main branch. You don't have a permission to do this merge in the repository. Then what you can do? Then what you can do? You create a fork repository from this repository. What is that repository? So fork repository, fork the repository. So for example, GitHub. What is my repository? What is my repository? So my repository is so GitHub Hari.Ch Cheruku 866 AWS DevOps material. What is this? My repository is AWS DevOps material. Okay, but you logged in. So this is the repository for the Hari.Ch Cheruku. But so what is the so where you are? You are in the Durga Soft 6. You are not a Hari Krishna 866. So you logged in as a Durga Soft and you want to fork this Hari Krishna's repositories. You want to fork this repository because of you don't have a permission to clone the repository. Okay, what you can do? You can directly fork the repository. Okay, what is that? If you click the fork repository, so it is asking same name we can use or a different name. So where you can create, it will create a new repository in the Durga Soft 6. It will create a new repository or a fork. Fork is nothing but a copy of the repository. What is that? What is a fork? Copy of the original repository and create a new own repository. Experiment with the changes without affecting the original project. So for example, so without affecting the original project, so what you can do the experiment. So why you fork? You don't have a right access to the original repo. You don't have a right access to the original repo. You want to submit a pull request for your changes. So you are unable to create the, so you don't have a permission to, so that Hari Krishna Cheruku, so you can fork from your repository into your repository as your repository. Then you can modify the changes. Then you can create a pull request from this branch to, from this repository to that Hari Krishna 6 repository. That Hari Krishna 6 repository. Guys understood? So that is nothing but a forking. So how you can fork a repo? Go to the
Fork
repository.
means we have created the copy of main
Uh,
repository and
yes,
that to
yes,
provide the permission to get uh, full request, full data from the fork
yeah,
repository.
yes. Because of you don't have a right access to that original repository.
Yes.
Then what you can do? You can fork the repository. Then
Mm.
then what you can do? You can you can you can modify your changes and you can create a MR from this repository to that repository. For example, I will show you. You already cloned, right? AWS material. Okay. Let's see if you have a, for example, you are trying to adding a file in this repository, but this repository is from the Hari Krishna Cheruku 866. Okay. Now you are creating a new file. The file is ds test.txt. This is a ds text file. So committing the changes, commit the changes. So we have a commit a head, something like you want to create a pull request. So new pull request, you see here. So before it is something like if you are trying to create a pull request, so this is within this repository. new pull request. You see, so compare main and base main. So within this repository, but here, so different repository. You see, main, this is Durga Soft AWS DevOps Master, and main Hari.Krishna Cheruku AWS. So this is merging from different repository, original repository. So creating a pull request. Understood? Here you are creating the pull
Yes.
request from repository to repository. Here you are creating the pull request from within the repository. Understood? Yeah, git revert we already know, right? How to revert the changes from pull request. Go to the
Yes.
pull request and select the revert option. So it will create again the
Yesterday.
pull request and changes will be reverted to the old merge changes. So yesterday we already discussed about the git revert, right? Yeah. So resetting is nothing but undoing the changes. So we want to undo the changes. Yeah. So here we have a three types of undoing. One is hard reset and soft reset, hard reset, and mixed reset. What is that? Soft, hard, mixed. So what is soft? What is hard? What is mixed? I will tell you. So git reset commit ID. What is that? Git reset commit ID for year. So what is the recent commit? Git log hyphen one line. Git log hyphen one line. So what is that? So this is your commit ID. Okay. This is your commit ID. So what is the command? Git reset commit ID. So moves head to a specific commit, leaving your working directory. Leaving your working directory. So git reset hyphen hard commit ID. Reset your working directory. Reset your working directory and index a head to specific to the commit all changes will be lost. So in the hard reset. So mixed reset resets the head and index to a specific commit but keeps the working directory unchanged. Git reset hyphen soft commit ID resets only the head to a specific commit, leaving the staged changes. What is that? Git reset hyphen soft commit ID. Git reset hyphen soft commit ID. So what is the commit ID? This is the commit ID. Mean for CD 301. Okay. Git log hyphen one line. Git status. Okay, because of this is showing. Yeah, it will reset the commit if you use this one. Git restore. So what is the git restore? Restore is the file in the working directory from the index or a commit. It will restore. Git clean -l removes the untracked files in the working directory. Git clean -fd removes the untracked files and directories. Okay. Tags. So what are the tags? So you are working as a testing, right? Dhananjay?
Yes, sir.
You are working as a tester or something like what you said, I forgot.
No. I am a developer technical lead
Okay, very
in the
good, very good.
development.
Yeah. So now you understood, right? Yeah,
Yes, sir. Yes.
tagging.
I
So
understand.
tagging you already know. So the version 1.0, 2.0, something like, right? So how you can use git tag list all the tags, git tag tag name, git tag -d tag name, git push origin, git fetch tags. So this is nothing but a git tag is nothing but a list all the tags in the repository. So what are the tags are there in the repository? Let's see. Git, here also we can use it. So what is that? Git Git tag. What is that command? The command is git tag. So nothing is there. So I want to create a tag, git tag name. It will create the current commit. So what is the tag name? The tag name is, for example, git tag voice mm, WhatsApp dot 1 point WhatsApp hyphen 1.0 is my tag. Git tag. Yeah, one tag is created. After creating the other changes, right? You can use a git tag WhatsApp 2.0, right? So it will create the tag. So hyphen D delete the tag locally. So git push origin tag pushes the specified tag to the remote repository. Git fetch hyphen tags fetches all the tags from the remote. So in the remote repository, there is no tags. If is there any tags, it will show it. Okay. Yeah. So this is nothing but a tagging. The next one is cherry picking. So what is cherry picking? So for example, this is my gitlab.com. So sign in. So what is a sign in? Sign in is nothing but I want to get the code. Okay. Reverse the page. Yeah. So this is my, what is this? Dhananjay, what this is?
GitLab.
Yeah. The same way, GitHub, GitLab, all are same, something like. So what are the repositories? Let's check the. So this is my repository. The repository name is artifacts demo. Artifacts demo. Or else you want to create a new repository. So here, right? Go to here. Yeah, we have a project sys and so here click assign close to. These are the branches. These are the to-do list projects. So click the project. So you want to create a new project. New project is nothing but a new repository. So for example, the repository is create a project, blank project, and the project name DS tester 6. It's in public repository. For example, create a project. Okay, you see, DS text 6 is created. The branch is main branch. The branch is so main branch. So I want to create the new branches. Click here, new branch. The branches are environment, mm, development, okay. Next, environment, integration, create the branch. Okay, so I'm creating another branch, here branch. So we have a branches, development, integration, main. Now I want to create another branch called as a, so environment, production. So environment, so production. So now I want to create another branch called as a new branch is a feature one. What is that branch? The branch is future 1 to 3 is created. Okay. Future 1 to 3 is created. Now you want to add a file in the new file. So the file name is abc.txt. This is new file. So commit the changes. You can do same way in the local also, but I am seeing it in the remote. Okay. Yeah. Now how many branches? So we have future 1 to 3, development, integration, production. So these all are our environments. This is our main. Okay. This is our main. You created the future branch and you modified the code in the future branch 1 to 3. Future 1 to 3. Future 1 to 3. And now you want to create a merge request from feature to development. What is that? New merge request from the branch is feature 1 to 3 to main. So you are adding the file from merging the files from feature 1 to 3 main. Compare and continue. Compare branch and continue. Okay. So you are merging from future 1 to 3 to main. Future 1 to 3 to main. Okay. Then create a merge request. Create a merge request. Create the merge request. Created the merge request. Now, how many changes we are changing? So ABC text is adding. This is the new file. You are adding in the. Now you are adding in the main branch. Okay. So for example, so you are trying to. I will tell you. Then you will understand. What is this? So this is our development environment. This is our testing environment, and this is our production environment. So you created a branch called as a future 1 to 3 branch. Now you merge the code to the. So what is that branch? Development branch. Dev branch, QA branch, and prod branch. Okay. And we have a main also. What is that? So this is the main. What this branch is? This branch is main branch. Okay. So whatever you developed the code to feature 1 to 3 dev. So from dev to integration, you need to create the MR. You need to create the MR. Okay. So in the main, you have already in the whatever the dev code is there in the that dev code will be there in the main. So how you can merge that one? Now the changes into the future 1 to 2 to. So sorry. So development branch from development branch to main branch, we need to merge the MR. Now future branch having a main 1 to 3. Okay. Or something like I want to merge it to the dev, but I forgot to merge it. So I directly merge it to the main. Okay, this is the way. So again, the changes need to go to the QA environment from main to QA and from main to prod. Okay, from main to QA and main to prod. So these changes are not yet merged to the QA and production. Again, so there is a issue in the production environment. There is a issue in the production environment, something like there is a bug. So how we can resolve this bug? Dhananjay? Immediate action we need.
yeah. We
So
change
how
in
you
the
can?
feature.
So again,
Then we
so
change
you
in
can
the
create.
feature
Yeah.
branch.
Yes. No, we
Then
could
move
not
in the
change the
date.
future branches. So we already
Yes, yes.
that is deployed to the main, right? So there is a hotfix branch. What is that? Hotfix branch.
Hotfix
So
branch.
this branch, so we need to push that code to dev, then to main,
Dev to
then
main,
to
and to
QA,
and
then to prod. But
prod.
in the main, what are the codes are there? In the main, so we have a future and bug code is there. We have two codes are there, right?
Yes.
So two branches codes is there in the main branch. But I don't want to deploy this feature branch. I want to deploy only the hotfix branch. So what you can do? So from here, right? You already merged this to hotfix branch to main. So here, so you can cherry pick. What is that? Cherry pick. Cherry pick is nothing but a specific commit or a specific branch merged to the QA and prod. QA and prod. So if you are merging from main to, so if you are merging from cherry pick, if you are merging from main to QA, main to MR, it will comes to two changes. It will come two changes, right? It will come two changes. But I don't want these two changes. I want to deploy only the hotfix changes. So what you can do the cherry pick. So cherry pick, if you want to commit a particular changes to the particular repository, you can use the cherry pick. Cherry pick also one type of merge request, but it will cherry pick only the particular branch changes to particular particular branch, particular branch to particular branch. Okay. So for example, this is the changes in the main. Okay. So again, in the DS6, I'm creating a new branch here from the main branch. So what is that? That hotfix. What is the branch? Hotfix branch. The code, you created the hotfix branch and you added a code, new file. What is the file name? Hotfix.txt. What is that? Hotfix.txt. For example, this is the text. So I want to merge these changes immediately to the production branch, right? So for example, so what are the branches we have? Hotfix branch. So again, what is the procedure from hotfix branch to? We need to merge it to branch. No, merge request. So I want to create a merge request. What is this? I want to create a new merge request. Create a new merge request. So hotfix to main. What is this? Hotfix to main. Okay, create a merge request. Now, so this is a revert. Revert is nothing but it will revert the changes from the main to hotfix branch. Cherry pick is nothing but cherry pick is one type of merge request. It will create the new merge request, a particular changes. These changes only I want to deploy to the another branch. For that purpose, you can use the cherry pick command. I will tell you. So I'm creating again merge request. So I want to deploy from main to, for example, main to, what is that, production environment. So if I merge from main to production environment, how many changes it will go? Dhananjay?
One hotfix.
No. So we already merged future branch changes and
Yes.
we already changed. Yeah, I will show you that. You see here. What is that? So future 1 to 3 also there, hotfix also there.
Hotfix
Okay.
also there.
So here you see we have a how many changes? 2 changes. Okay. So we need to test it in the development environment. Now the changes are merged. Okay. So how many changes we have? 2 changes. I don't want to create. Yeah, shit. So in the production, I will revert the changes. Yeah. How you can revert the changes? You can revert it from the which branch? So this is the production branch. I want to revert the changes from the production branch. I don't want to go the future branch changes under how you can do. So you can do the revert. So it will revert the changes from the production batch. Okay. Now you see approve and merge. Now you see the changes are reverted. Reverted is mathematical red. Okay. Now it changes, the changes are reverted. So what you can go to the merge request. On top of you created this merge request, right? Hotfix to main. Okay. I want to cherry pick these changes to cherry pick means whatever the changes are there, right? These changes only we can merge. So cherry pick to the production. So cherry pick to the production branch. So cherry pick, you see? So the cherry pick, this cherry pick will grow only the hotfix branch changes. Let's see. You see hotfix changes. So this will go to the which branch, guys? Production branch. Now you understood cherry pick, how you can do the cherry pick?
Yes.
Understood? Cherry pick is nothing but you want to merge a particular changes to a particular branch. You can choose, you can create the cherry pick. Now it's cherry pick. Okay. So what are the changes? The changes is hotfix.txt. Understood?
Yes.
Guys, understood?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. So this is nothing but a cherry pick. This is nothing but a this is used to selectively pick up the certain commits and add them to the master branch. Now we added them to the not only a master branch, the other branches also. Create a test branch and create a few commits. Git checkout type and bit text. These are the commits. And to bring only C and E commits to the main. So git checkout master, git cherry pick commit IDs. So in the local, we can do same like. So in the remote, we can do this same like. Understood? Guys, understood?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you understood the get cherry pick, and reverting, resetting, reverting, forking, and right, and the rebase. You understood the rebase and link between local to remote and git stash, git cloning, right? So these are the basic commands. These are the basic commands. Understood? Yeah.
Yes.
If you want to reach out to me, so having any doubts, you can reach out to, yeah, you can reach out to, this is my mail ID. This is the mobile number.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you so much, Dhananjay. All the best. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very
Now
much.
you understood, right? Basic level of
Yeah,
Git.
yeah. Yeah, I understand.
So we are discussing about Git and GitHub. So real time FAQs, guys. So real time FAQs. Okay. So what they will ask, what means Git. What is Git, guys? What is Git? Git is a distributed version control system. What is that? So Git is the distributed version control system that tracks changes. The tracks changes in source code, allows multiple developers to collaborate and maintain projects history. What is this, guys? What is a Git? Git is a distributed version control system that tracks changes in the source code that allows multiple developers to collaborate and maintain the project history. So what is the second question, guys? Second FAQ is, so the frequently asked questions, the difference between Git and GitHub. So what is the difference between Git and GitHub, guys? So Git, what is that? Git, a tool installed, locally for version control. Version control. A tool is installed locally for the version control system. What is that, guys? Git, we can install. This is Git Bash. If you use the Git Bash, yeah. So this is the Git Bash tool. So you can use this tool and to install and work on the Git local Git, guys. So what is a GitHub? What is it? GitHub. What is a GitHub? A cloud-based platform, cloud-based platform that hosts Git repositories. That hosts Git repositories provides collaboration features. What are those features, guys? PRs means pull request. Pull request, issues, actions, etc. So we'll do it. That is, guys. Right. So what is the third question, guys? Third question is, what is the difference between Git clone? What is the difference between Git clone, Git fork, and Git pull? Git fork and Git pull. So what is a Git clone? You already know the Git clone, right? So copies a repository from remote to local. Copies a repository from remote to local. So what is fork, guys? Fork is nothing but a makes a copy of a repo in your GitHub account, right? So this is nothing but the difference between. So the difference between Git and GitHub, Git clone, Git fork, and Git pull. So Git pull. What is a Git pull, guys? I already told you, right, guys? In the earlier sessions also, Git pull is nothing but it will fetches the changes and it will merge the changes. What is that? Git pull, nothing but Git fetch plus git fetch plus git merge equal to git pull. So what is that? Fetches changes from remote and merges them into in our branch, right? So this is nothing but a git clone, git fork, and a git pull. So what is the fourth question, guys? Fourth FAQ. What is the difference? What is the difference between git fetch and git pull? What is the difference between git fetch and git pull? What is the difference between git fetch and git pull? Git fetch. What is a git fetch, guys? Git fetch is nothing but a downloads changes, but does not match them. Download the changes, but not match them. What is a git pull, guys? Git pull. What is that? Git pull. So git pull is nothing but a downloads and matches changes automatically. What is that? Merge and changes automatically. So what is the fifth one, guys? What is the difference between git merge and git rebase? What is that, guys? Git merge and rebase. What is merge, guys? So merge is nothing but a combines branches, keeps history, combines the branches and keeps the history. What is the rebase? Rebase is nothing but a reapplies. What is that? Reapplies commits on top of another branch. Another branch that is nothing but a linear history. What is that? So linear history. So that is nothing but a the difference between merge and rebase. So what are the Git branches? So what are Git branches? Branches are independent lines of development. Independent branches are independent lines of development. They allow you to work on features, bugs without affecting the main branch. Without affecting the main branch. What are the Git branches? Branches are the independent lines of development. They allow you to work on the feature bugs without affecting the main branch. Right. Seventh one. What is a head? What is a head in Git? What is a head in Git, guys? Head is a pointer that represents that represents that represents your current position in the repo. Current position in the repo usually pointing to the latest commit in the current branch. Latest commit in the current branch. What is it? Eighth one. What is a commit in Git? What is a commit in Git? So a commit is a snapshot. A commit is a snapshot of your code changes. Code changes with a init hash author info and message. Okay, author info and message. So what is the ninth one? How do you undo a commit? How do you undo a commit, guys? How do you undo a commit? How do you undo a commit, guys? You can use the git revert or git reset command. We can use it. So what are those? Git revert and git reset command. So creates a new commit that undoes the changes. Git reset moves the branch pointer. Can be soft or mixed or hard. Can be moves the branch pointer, that can be soft or mixed or hard branch, right? So what is the difference between reset, revert and checkout? What is that, guys? 10th one is what is the difference between reset, revert and checkout? What is the difference between reset, revert and checkout? What is the reset? Reset moves head and branch pointer. Moves head and pointer. Can delete history. Can delete the history. Reset. Revert. What is revert? Creates a new commit. That cancels a previous commit. What is checkout? Checkout is nothing but a switches, branches, or restore files. Branches are a restore files. So the 11th one is what are git stash? What are git stash and its use? What are the git stash and its use? What are the git stash and its use? Git stash saves your uncommitted changes temporarily without committing them. So you can work on something else and restore later. You can work on something else and restore later. Okay, so this is nothing but what are the git stash and usage. So what is the next 12th? How do you resolve Merge conflict. This is also the most important topics, guys. We already discussed in the previous class. Open. What is that? Open the conflicts. Open the conflict files. Manually choose changes. Then mark as resolved. Mark as resolved using git add file and git commit. So what is the next one, guys? That 13th one is what is a detached head? What is a detached head state in Git? What is the detached head state in the Git, guys? What is the detached state when head points directly? Well, head points directly. Yeah. So what we discussed, what is the detached head state in the Git? So when head points directly a commit instead of branch, if you make changes, they won't belong to any branch unless you create one. What is that? Head points, when head points directly to a commit instead of a branch, if you make changes, they won't belong to any branch unless you create one. Is understood? So what is the 14th one? So 14th one is what is a .git ignore? What is a .git ignore file? What is a .git ignore file? A .git ignore file tells Git which files are folders to ignore, not track, not a track. Example. So what is the example, guys? Star.log. So and node underscore modules and .env. These files we need to ignore. What is that? We need to ignore the files. What is that? So 15th one. So what is the 15th one, guys? So 15th one is what are Git hooks? So what are the Git hooks, guys? Hooks are scripts that run automatically at certain Git events. Example, before commit or before push. Useful for enforcing policies or automating the checks. So what is that? Hooks are scripts. Hooks are scripts that run automatically at certain Git events. Certain Git events. Example, before commit or before push. Before commit or before push. Useful for enforcing. Useful for enforcing policies. Useful for enforcing policy. Yeah. Useful for enforcing policies or automating checks. Okay. So what is Git hooks? Now you understood. So what is the difference between Git RM and RM? What is that? what is the difference between Git RM and RM? So what is the difference between RM is the Linux command to remove the files or working directory. Deletes files from working directory only. What is that? And RM deletes file from working directory only. Okay. Git RM. What is Git RM, guys? Deletes files from working directory and stages removed for the next computer. Okay. So what is 17th one? What is a bare repository? What is a bare repository, guys? A bare repository does not have a working directory. It is mainly used as a remote central repository for the collaboration. A bare repository does not have a working directory. It is mainly used as a remote central repository for collaboration. So yeah, the next important one is cherry pick. What is a cherry picking? So what is a cherry picking in Git? So what is a cherry picking in Git? Git cherry pick. Git cherry pick commit allows you to apply a specific commit from one branch into another branch, So right. So what is the next one? Next one is how do you squash commits? How do you squash commits? How do you squash the commits, guys? You can squash commits into one using interactive rebase. What is that? Git rebase -i head built free. Okay. So what is the difference between git log and git rf log? So what is the difference between git log and git rf log? 18th, 19th. So this is the 21. What is the difference between git log and the git ref log? What is the difference between git log and git log? Git log shows commit history for the branch. What is that? Git log shows commit history of a branch. Commit history of a branch. Git ref log. What is that? Git ref log shows local reference changes where head and branches pointed previously. Previously. Got it? Yeah. So what is a work tree in Git? What is that, guys? What is a work tree in Git? So what is a work tree, guys? Git work tree allows you to check multiple branches simultaneously. In different directories. Yes, understood. And 20 second. So what is the difference? What is the difference between Git pull origin master and Git pull upstream master? Okay, what is the difference between Git pull origin master and Git pull upstream master? So origin. So what is origin? Origin is nothing but your folks, remote. Upstream. Upstream is nothing but the original repository remote. Okay. So how do you check the the difference between two commits? How do you check the difference between two commits? Git diff commit 1, commit 2, guys. Okay. So the difference between commit 1 and commit 2. So this is nothing but a Git FAQs. Nothing but a Git FAQs. Is understood? So these all are the Git FAQs. These all are the Git FAQs. In the next session, we'll discuss about the GitHub. So real-time FAQs, we'll discuss it, guys. Okay, guys. Thank you so much. Welcome to Durga sir. In previous classes, we discussed about the Git real-time FAQs. Now we'll discuss about the GitHub real-time FAQs, guys. So what are the real-time frequently asked question for the GitHub? Yeah, what is GitHub? Right. The first question is, what is GitHub? So what is GitHub, guys? GitHub is a platform for hosting. It's a platform for hosting Git repositories with collaboration tools like pull request, code reviews, okay, and CI/CD, GitHub Actions also. GitHub Actions also good. Okay. What is the second one? What are GitHub? What are GitHub pull requests? What are PRs? Pull request. What are the GitHub PRs, guys? PRs are requests. PRs are requests to merge changes from one branch to another branch. What is that? One branch to from one branch or repo into another. The yellow discussion, code review, and approval. Approval before matching. Approval before matching. Yes, understood? So now about now you understood about the PS pull request. Okay. So what are the Git pull request? PRs are request to merge changes from one branch or repo into another. They allow discussion of code review approval before merging, guys. So what is the third one? The third one is what are GitHub issues? So what are the GitHub issues, guys? Issues are used for tracking bugs. What is that? Issues are used for tracking bugs. Bugs. Enhancements are tasks. Tasks in a repository. Tasks in a repository. Is understood? What are the issues? Issues are used for tracking bugs. So what are the GitHub issues? Issues are used for tracking the bugs, enhancements, or tasks in a repository. Tasks in a repository. What is the fourth one, guys? Fourth one is nothing but what is GitHub actions? What is GitHub actions, guys? It's a CI/CD service. A CI/CD service by GitHub to automate workflows like testing, building, and deployment. What is a GitHub Actions? It is a CI/CD service by GitHub to automate workflows like testing, building, and deployment. So what is the fifth one? So what is the difference between public and private repositories? What is the difference between what is the difference between public and private repositories on GitHub on GitHub base? Understood? So public repo. What is a public repo? What is a public repo? Accessible to everyone. Accessible to everyone. Next, private repo. What is a private repo, guys? Restricted access. It will be a restricted access. Only invited collaborators. Only invited collaborators will access this repository. What is a fork in GitHub? What is that, guys? The sixth one is what is a fork in GitHub? What is a fork, guys? A fork is a personal copy of another user's repository. What is that? A fork is a personal copy of another user's repository. A fork is a personal copy of another user's repository, you can experiment, make changes, and later purpose them back via PR. Later purpose back them via PR. So what is a GitHub Gist? What is the next question, guys? What is it? What is a GitHub Gist? A Gist is a simple way to share code snippets. Notes are a small scripts publicly or privately. Understood? So what is a GitHub Gist? GitHub Gist is a simple way to share code snippets, notes, or a small scripts publicly or privately. So how do you contribute to an open source project on a GitHub? So what is the next question, guys? The next question is, how do you contribute to an open source project on GitHub? So how do you contribute to an open source project on GitHub? So how do you contribute, guys? So you can contribute via fork the repository, and clone your fork, Okay. Clone our fork. The next one is create a new branch. Create a new branch. Make changes and commit. Make changes and commit. Push changes. Make changes and commit. Push changes. So what is the next one, guys? Next one is open a pull request. Open a pull request. Okay. How do you contribute to an open source project on GitHub? Fork the repository, clone your fork, create a new branch, make changes and commit, push changes, open a pull request. Okay. What is the next question, guys? Next FAQ is, what is a GitHub? What is a GitHub pages? What are the GitHub pages, guys? A feature that lets you post static websites and static website directly from GitHub, from a GitHub repository. What is a GitHub pages, guys? A feature that lets you post a static website directly from the GitHub repository. What is GitHub stars and watches? What is the next question, guys? What are GitHub stars and watch? What is that, guys? Star. What is this? Bookmark a repo you like. What is that? Bookmark a repo you like. Okay. What is the next one? Watch. What is watch, guys? Subscribe. Subscribe to repo notifications. Subscribe to repo notifications. Okay. And 11th one is, what is the difference? What is the difference between GitHub, GitLab, and Bitbucket? What is that, guys? What is the difference between GitHub, GitLab, and Bitbucket? What is GitHub? Most popular community driven CI/CD via actions. CI/CD via actions. What is GitLab? So what is GitLab, guys? GitLab is nothing but a strong CI/CD, strong CI/CD integration out of the box. Strong CI/CD integration out of the box. So what is Bitbucket? What is Bitbucket? Integrates well with the Jira and Atlassian. What is this, guys? Who developed this Bitbucket, guys? Atlassian company. Atlassian tool. So what is the next one, guys? How does GitHub handle access control? How does it handle the GitHub access control, guys? Through collaborators and teams and organization rules. Read, write, admin, maintain. Okay, so these all are the collaborators. What is the next one, guys? The next one is what are GitHub organizations? What are the GitHub organizations, guys? A way to group repositories, teams, and manage permissions in one place. A way to group repositories, teams. A way to group repositories, teams, and manage permissions. Manage permissions in one place, called as a GitHub organizations. So what are the protected branches in GitHub? What is it? What are protected? What are protected branches in GitHub? That cannot be deleted. Of course, pushed. They often require pull request reviews before making. So branches that cannot be deleted or pushed, they often require a pull request reviews before merging. Before merging. So what is the next one, guys? What are GitHub code spaces? What are the GitHub code bases? A cloud-based development environment that lets you code directly in GitHub with VS Code in the browser. VS Code in the browser. VS Code in the browser. What is the next one, guys? What is the difference between GitHub Flow and Git Flow? What is the difference between GitHub Flow and Git Flow? Git Flow, we'll discuss about GitHub Flow. What is a GitHub Flow? Lightweight workflows. What is that? Lightweight workflow uses main plus feature branches plus PRs. Feature branches plus PRs. What is Git flow? What is a Git flow? More structured. Uses development, releases, hotfix, and future branches. Brother, so GitHub Flow, lightweight workflow, uses main and future branches and PRs. So Git Flow, more structured, uses develop, releases, hotfix, and future branches. Which is, so what is a GitHub Copilot? What is what is GitHub Copilot? So what is GitHub Copilot, guys? An AI forward coding assistant by GitHub. What is that? Powered by Open AI Codex. Powered by OpenAI Codex. Right, guys? So what is a GitHub token? It is GitHub token. It is GitHub token. Next question. So what is it GitHub token, guys? Personal access tokens. So personal access tokens, PAT, are used instead of passwords. Used instead of passwords for authentication. Password for authentication with GitHub API. GitHub APIs and repo access. So what is a GitHub Enterprise? What is a GitHub Enterprise, a paid version of GitHub for organizations that want private and self-hosted or enterprise level GitHub features. Enterprise level GitHub features. Is understood? So these are about the GitHub FAQs. These are about all these are about the GitHub FAQs. Thank you guys.